G'day everyone, this is a re-upload of the live stream from January the 2nd, as YouTube was having issues and a big chunk went missing. I put in chapter marks including the chunk that the live stream missed if you want to catch up. The rest of my live streams can be found under the YouTube Live tab or my Satisfactory VR Let's Play live playlist. Good evening everybody. Okay, hopefully you can hear me. We are back in Satisfactory in VR. Hello Russ, how's it going? Happy New Year. Things are going pretty good here. We've had a very lazy couple of days of 2026 so far. And here we are back to make some factories. Happy New Year. Yep, thank you very much. We had a fun New Year's evening playing Astroneer with the family. It was pretty quiet and chill. So a couple of days ago, earlier in the week, I participated in a Twitch Satisfactory event called Pass It On, which was very different. I built things that weren't factories in Satisfactory under a time limit. It was a really good experience. It was a little stressful to begin with, and I had a fairly ambitious design that took a few practice runs to get done, but I'm fairly happy with the result, although we were working right up to the last second. If anyone's watching on YouTube, that stream was not streamed on YouTube because it was like a Twitch event. So if you head over to my Twitch channel under past broadcasts, it'll be there. I might put an edited version up on YouTube because I think it's an interesting look at building things in Satisfactory that aren't factory.
That you may be slouching.
Dippy, I've just started. I'm standing up straight. Look, see, I'm stretching. Look, I'm on my feet. I'm on my feet today. I'm good. How you going, Dippy? Happy New Year. So yes, Pass It On was very cool, but now we're back to make some more factories. Let me just adjust my wrist straps. So, last time in this Let's Play series, we ripped down the blueprint maker. Just checking. Yes, thank you, Dippy. No, I'm not slouching yet. Last time we ripped down our blueprint maker and we made a little recycling factory here. So the idea is that when you come down the bottom here, I'm going to change this layout a little bit as well. So we have a recycling center here where in this spot here you can chuck all your old alien parts and waste and all your slugs. Oh, 21 purples. I don't want to necessarily crunch them up yet. Throw all your stuff like that in, and it all filters up to the sorting mechanism above, and then eventually it will come out here as different products, but it does take us some time to go through. Did I win the competition? Well, there hasn't been a winner announced yet, I don't think, and hopefully voting is still open because I haven't voted yet. I need to go back and spend some time and look through the builds because Well, I was number 114, and I think it went up to nearly 130. And I need to go through and look at what other people built and sort of pick who I would vote for. I don't think I'll win. I think I was pretty happy with my build, but there were some pretty amazing builds in there, though. So, whoops, missed a spot. So this is our recycling sorting center. We have programmable splitters here. It will take a number of items and send them up to the recycling stack. And then each one of these has a smart splitter that will then go through and recycle. Now I redid the power since the last stream. So now all the power is neatly hidden under the platforms here. If you remember last time, there were power poles running everywhere. Hey, Azuran. I also redid this back bit. So this back bit was super hurried at the end of last stream to make up the liquid.
Azuran says you need to put a building around it.
I do need to put a building around it, or at least some poles and pillars and structures, yes. But at least it's got foundations and the wiring is tidy. So this section up the back here is for making liquid biofuel. So solid biofuel and plastic comes in here. The plastic, if there's a buffer, gets stored here. And this refiner up the back turns the solid biofuel with water into liquid biofuel, but we need to package it. So the plastic comes into this constructor, which is then made into canisters, which then goes into the packager. And the reason we want liquid biofuel is it is the longest lasting jetpack fuel. So if I just use my jetpack here, see, I've got 54 stacks, but it's not the fastest, it's not the zippiest. If you want to get vertical thrust, there are fuels later on that will shoot you into the sky, but they will also chew through your fuel very, very quickly. But for getting around, this is the closest thing to an infinite parachute, but this allows you to also go up as well. So early game liquid biofuel in your jetpack is the way to go. So now got some of that other stuff coming through that we recycled. And we got 20 power shards out of our slugs. Not that I really need many at the moment. I'm fine for those. So yes, as I said, I rearranged here a bit. I actually put some shelves in here to put the storage chests on. I also went out and hunted down some hard drives. If people remember the last session, I had 3 of the 4 awesome recipes I need to make the most efficient plastic and rubber factory. And I have got another 5 hard drives and still didn't get the last recipe I needed until I did a rescan of one. I rescanned this one. No, not that one. I did rescan an earlier one and finally got what I needed. Where is it? There we go, recycled plastic. So the 4 awesome recipes for the ultimate plastic and rubber factory are recycled plastic, and diluted packaged fuel, and heavy oil residue, and where's the last one? There should be recycled rubber here. Where's recycled rubber? There it is, recycled rubber. So without these, you can make plastic and rubber at about a 2 oil to 1 plastic ratio. With these recipes, you can use 1/3 of oil to make 1 plastic, or a 1:3 ratio. So it's 6 times as efficient. Can spare you a container or 3 of packaged biofuel? I'm sure you have tons, Dippy. Don't you have a huge stack of containers? Well, I've only got the 1 double container here. But the problem is we're not making plastic, and I need plastic to make the canisters. So I'm getting more and more stuck up on the point that I need plastic. So today we're going to make a plastic and rubber factory, and we'll see how far we get. We should at least get something online. In fact, I am tempted to set up a quick and dirty setup just to begin with, because I want to use plastic in the making of the plastic and rubber factory. Also, I want to use the Blueprint Mark II blueprint maker, and I need computers to do that. And there's a problem in that the doggos have not given me enough computers. They've given me a few. Another slug, Snowy, thank you. Ah, scratch, awesome. Not quite enough, I think, but computers is exactly what we need. And I have found some computers at crash sites. Timmy's got some silica. George has got some concrete. Yeah, useful, but thanks, George. Right. Now the problem is we don't have 100 computers. And we actually need 110 because we need 100 to do the unlock. And then we need 10 more to actually build it. So, oh, we're actually so close. We need 6 computers, guys. Come on. You got a couple more? 6. That's all I need. See, if I'm short, what I need to do is I need to actually unlock manufacturing. Because this will let me make computers. Now to do this, I need 400 plastic. And I might have 400 plastic. I've got enough of the rest. So I think we will unlock this. We won't make any of this. We just need 6 more computers. So let's do this. Let's grab some motors and some frames. Have I got enough on me? Can't believe I'm 6 short. Actually, I could unlock the next one, but then I'd be stuffed because I'd... Actually, let's finish unlocking the other one. Because I don't need computers to unlock that. So let's actually go through here because I have the materials, thanks to doggos.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Mark II improves upon the Mark I in every dimension, except for the metaphysical ones. This improvement was made available due to complaints from pioneers about other pioneers not being capable of managing their space efficiently. We listen to pioneers, always.
I actually like the Mark I blueprint maker, but for this particular build, refineries are huge, and so they can be a little restrictive. So it looks like I'm going to have to do this to get 4 more computers before we can get the blueprint maker. Now let's chuck in what we can. Oh, I need to wait till it comes back. Well, let's go get 1,000 wire while we're waiting. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a very basic plastic and rubber factory just to get some built. Because as I said, I need plastic for this, but I also need plastic to make my factory shiny. So 1,000 cable will be 5 stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got all the frames we need, didn't we? 200 frames. Actually, no, we didn't. We only got 150. Let's just grab some from here. Okay, and plastic is what we need. So I think I actually have 400 plastic thanks to doggos and crash sites. Or maybe I don't. Okay, I'll put all this material upstairs because we don't need to carry it around. We just need to hand it in once the ship is back. Nope, not there. Let's just put it in here. Oh look, lots of frames already. It's like I thought I might need them later. Okay, so while we're waiting, let's go set up a basic plastics and rubber factory with the inefficient recipes. And we've got enough mesospheres, so we can make, let's just check, make sure we can. Ah, good. We need some fluctuators as well. Lucky I checked. I've got some of those down here. I think they're there in this chest. Yes. That's more than we need. Okay, so let's head out to the blue crater, which is where the nearest oil is to this area. So you can use the zip line to get some speed, and then you can keep your momentum going with the jetpack. Now, off stream, I have also finally done some architecture around the coal power plants. And I also stuffed things up and blew a fuse and then had to boot everything again. So hopefully I've sorted that out. I'll set this up first and then we will head back and I'll show you the changes I made to the coal power station, which we're probably going to need more power, and I wouldn't be surprised if we run out during the making of this factory. See, if you crouch, they can't see you. I think I'm falling a bit short. There we go. Now, is this is impure? Oh, that's terrible. Impure. I mean, we can just overclock it. This is going to be temporary.
Is that an untamed doggo?
It is an untamed doggo. Yes, I did see him around here. Where was he? I know I have seen one around here. Where did you see him? Because there's also one. Oh, there he is. There he is right there. So if we set this up, maybe we can take him home while we're waiting for stuff. Okay, this is a normal node. This will do fine. Okay, now I am running an alpha version of my mod, which now has a new HUD indicator for build help, which I'm usually anti-HUD stuff, but this is here partly because I watch a lot of people when I see them stream and they're struggling with the controls. And part of the thing is they'll hit random buttons and not know what the random buttons are actually doing. So by putting up a HUD, it at least gives feedback to users about what the button they press just did. So I don't know how clear it is to see on the screen, but currently there's a marker that says build because I'm in build mode, and there's a marker that says zoop because I'm in zoop mode. So if I'm not in zoop mode, it just doesn't show. If I hold down snap, it shows a snap indicator. And
there
if
was
I'm...
no need to call me out like this, lol.
There's also dismantle mode. If you use the filter button, it will tell you what you're filtering by. Don't worry, Dippy. It is a common ailment, and even I am finding it useful, even though I don't like HUD, because like if I hit the filter button, you know, it's like, what the heck have I got filtered? Yes, I can look at my wrist. Everything is right here, by the way. At any time, anyone can look here, and it will tell them all the same information. But people often play with their hands by the side, and they just don't look at the wrists. So this is sort of an update in your face. I mean, you still can not look at it if you want. It's actually because of the depth, you don't have to focus on it. So it is actually easy to ignore. And trust me, if there's one thing I've learned, it's that people like ignoring help that you're putting right in front of them. How do we make basic plastic and rubber? I think it's oil to fuel to plastic and rubber. Again, this is going to be ugly and it's not permanent, I promise. So yes, Dippy, if you want to give it a go, it is available now in the 1.0.3 Alpha 3. It's available in the mod launcher for manual selection. Oil into fuel, and then fuel should just be able to go into recycled, I think, which is one of the more efficient recipes, but how much fuel is this going to output? 40. We can overclock it. I'm just going to do basic ugly. Now I think I might actually use the recycled recipes because they just take fuel. I haven't actually picked them in the MAM yet. That's okay, we can MAM anywhere we are. Okay, recycled plastic. Recycled rubber. And that's for the starter factory, that's all we need. So I'll leave those there. So this is going to output fuel and polymer resin. That's going to be ugly. Maybe I should have made more room apart. Under the radar, Happy New Year's from Sydney. Happy New Year's, right, under the radar. How are you going? I'm going to move this back a bit. How's 2026 treating you? We are making a super basic plastic and rubber factory in order to get some plastic and rubber to make a better plastic and rubber factory. The problem is we need a Mark II blueprint maker, and we are 4 computers short from unlocking and building it. Now, I've never done this with just 2 refineries, so this is going to be interesting. So basically, this one takes in 30 plastic and spits out 60 rubber. And this one takes in 30 rubber and spits out 60 plastic. Enjoying your vacation? Had an amazing view of the fireworks? Ah, cool, cool. Finally see your stream in a normal time zone manner? Oh, okay. Well, normal-ish. You're still 3 hours ahead. Oh, you're holidaying in Sydney, are you? Is it just complaining because I don't have a support on it? I think it is. Very fussy of it. Yep, okay, that's very fussy. One more week till you get back to Germany. Ah, cool. Yes, you are still 3 hours ahead of us, so unless you're going to stay up super late, will probably still be going. It's most rude of it to not let us have a massive tall pipe. Actually, we don't need to go that high. See, this is the unplanned bit. I have fully planned out the blueprint I'm making, but I hadn't planned this bit, so we are winging this bit. Okay, now we need the magic, which is smart splitters. Or the right side. Never been any other sides here, so I'm quite all right. Cool, cool. By the way, to any Australians, I need to apologise for my inaccuracies during the Pass It On event when I said Byron Bay was in Queensland. Disclaimer, I have always sucked at geography. And I was getting my information from Forza Horizon 3, where it has Byron Bay just below the Gold Coast, which technically, looking at a map after the fact, it is. But it's apparently also in New South Wales. So I found that out after the event. They're all too far north. Yeah, well, that's the thing is Byron Bay is actually closer to the Gold Coast considerably than it is to Sydney. Okay, I think... Oh, we need to actually set the magic. So this one here needs rubber in. Rubber. And that's overflow. I've never done this with just 2 basic refineries, so this will be interesting. It should work, I think. Being there is full of rich people cosplaying as hippies. Yeah. Yeah, the Byron Bay, when I looked on Google Maps, also looked a lot fancier than Forza Horizon 3 made it out to be as well, so there is that. Okay, so we have oil coming out of here into this. This is taking oil and turning it into fuel. We need 60 a minute, so let's overclock it. That will feed into these 2 refiners. One turning plastic into rubber, and the other one turning rubber into plastic. Now, theoretically, we should be able to put 6 rubber into here, and that should be enough to kick off the entire thing. We also have polymer resin coming out of here, which we could turn into plastic or rubber, and that's how you often bootstrap these settings. That's these setups, is you have that one going into like a rubber that then feeds into the rest. But I'm just going to sink it because this is temporary factory. Theoretically. And we didn't run power from anywhere. Let's go. Actually, now if I sample that. It should let me able to pick a platform.
There is nothing more permanent than a temporary factory.
Yeah. Well, I did actually tear down my other temporary factories. Like the steel factory over there did actually start as a temporary factory. It was a pretty big temporary factory, actually. And this is only to give me, you know, a few stacks of rubber and plastic, and then I can make the blueprint and tear everything down. Actually, not that the zipline is still faster than using just the jetpack because it gives you forward momentum, whereas the biofuel jetpack is pretty slow. Put that away. No! Damn it! That's not what I wanted to do. Honest. Because there's a stupid rock in the way. Stupid rock that you can't blow up. I should actually go and make sure it's actually working before I just ignore it. Or cable tie holding something together. My steel and plastic photoreactors are perfect examples of this. I've done this enough times that I usually try and start with the good stuff. But here I want to make it actually really fancy and use plastic in the build, which means I need other stuff. Okay, we are making oil. The resin is being sunk. So this should make plastic. And that should whiz around. Oh, did I connect the conveyors at the front? Yes, here it comes. This should whiz into here. This doesn't have any fuel yet. Ah, I haven't connected up the other fuel. Stupid. That would help. Yeah, it's temporary. I'm just chucking it there. You know, this is actually pretty efficient even without the diluted fuel recipe in the mix, although diluted fuel is going to help a lot. Okay, so this will output rubber, which will come around and go into that one. And that one will make plastic that'll go into this one. So they'll keep filling each other up, but eventually they'll get full and the spare will come out of here. Do I bother with storage or do I just chuck it straight in a depot? Plastic overflow. This should say rubber. Overflow. None. That should be it. Unless I've stuffed it up. Did I stuff it up? The output of this isn't going anywhere. I stuffed it up. There we go. To hurry it up, I'm going to chuck some more rubber in there. So, it might look complicated, and it kind of is, but it's on a small scale. But that's our recycled plastic rubber factory. See you next week. Oh, come on. I was... No sense of humor. Yes, as I said, this is temporary. So we need to go back and unlock computers so we can make a whole 6 computers. There was a doggo around here. Problem is I can't remember what hazards are between here and home, and I can see a hazard right there. Did they already eat the doggo? Oh, there's a live one. That doggo was around here, wasn't he, Dippy? There he is. Oh, come on! It's worse than that cat. I'll come back to him later. Oops. I thought I was far enough back not to spook him, but... Whoa. Up, 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 up. You can do it, little jetpack. You can do it. Oh, come on. Here we go. Okay, if you guys could give me 6 computers, that would save me a bit of resource and time. Those are not computers. Those are also not computers. Nuts, okay. I just, come on, guys. Just want to see me suffer. Oh, that's right. I'm actually waiting on plastic to be made. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm paranoid about putting this plastic in just in case I stuff it up. But, look, I'm producing plastic. It's fine. There goes. I just need 200 more plastic and we should eventually start seeing them pop up in the depot. But it does need to fill up both factories first. Okay, 4 computers. Wonder if any nearby crash sites have any. Because I wasn't really prioritizing grabbing computers as such. I was grabbing other things plus the hard drives. So I might have just left computers lying on the ground. Whoops. Quick wire, quartz, heavy frames, lots of hogs, spitters. Not seeing any computers there. Nope. There's a nuclear hog down there. They're still shooting me. Missed. Now along here is where I got some of the other hard drives. Quick wire, frame rate's a little stuttery there. Ooh. Oh, there's a big stinger down there. Oh yeah, that was fun. Oh shit. Ah! Oh. Yeah, has lots of fuel in it. Never leave home without a parachute though, hey? I think I cleaned out this site though. See a bit of cable, but I'm not seeing any computers. I think I'm actually out of range of those other towers from this one. This was an old one I looted. But yeah, that spot there where there were like a dozen small stingers and a poison large stinger. And they've all respawned, isn't that nice? Well, at least the big guy jumped off the cliff. Hopefully he won't respawn back. Nope, he is back. Come on, boy. Jump off the edge. Come on, jump. See ya. I think if they go off the cliff, once you get further away, they reset back to their home position, if they're still alive. Now, here's the pink forest. Such a beautiful place. Full of terror. Hey, the nuclear hog. Frames, turbo motors, oscillators, not seeing any computers there. There was one hard drive I didn't bother to get, which was along here, on this platform here. Because it is covered in uranium, and 2 nuclear hogs. Frames, small frames? oscillators. That looks like silica. I'm not seeing any computers. Hey, look! We have rubber and plastic feeding into the depot, which means our little temporary factory is starting to produce. So if we head back, we should have enough plastic by the time we get back, I think. Let's just check one more crash site. Oh, that's aluminium sheets there. This, by the way, is a pure SAM node if ever you need SAM. And this stinky place here is guarded by 2 large stingers. Don't know if there was actually a crash site here or if it was just... Yeah, we'll leave. We'll head home. We should have the plastic ready by the time we get there. Oops. A couple of sessions ago, we built a new home for the elevator over there. Another crash site there that I went to ages ago. Having a jetpack with, oh, someone's noticed me. With biofuel certainly gives you a lot more freedom to explore the map. Rotors, screws, wire, copper sheets. Nope, nothing. Okay. I also moved the hypertube up and down and sort of made it a bit of a overly bright entrance for it. Slug from Timmy. Frames from George. Wow, you guys have been busy. I didn't think I was away that long. No computers though. Pop-on. Almost there. Actually, we need to start, because I sort of took over the area. I had my blueprint maker. We need a new place to put a blueprint maker, even if it's just temporary. We might just whack it over here. I mean, eventually there'll probably be train lines or something through here, going up there. Now this sucker's big. Not that you need anything more than one slab to just stick it on top of. But that we'll do as a temporary place to stick it. Freshly minted plastic with no doggo drool on it. Here we go. Industrial manufacturing unlocked. Induid, hello everyone, happy new year from Russia. Hello, happy new year from Australia. How are you going?
Heavy modular frames, but most importantly, the two new project parts. The modular engine and adaptive control unit are essential for the development of phase 3 of project assembly. You are making good progress. The future is starting to look bright.
Yes, we got manufacturers. We're totally ignoring manufacturers. All we wanted it for was to unlock the ability to make computers by hand. Just 6. Oh, wrong bench. Can't remember what you need to make them. Oh look, you need plastic. Circuit boards. I have a whole pile of circuit boards thanks to doggos. Oh look, I had 33 plastic there too. And we can make 7 computers. Excellent, we only need 6. No. Done. I think pretty sure that's it. Everything is great. It's minus 10 degrees outside. I'm watching your stream and it's great. Oh, cool. Thank you. Hope you're staying warm. It is 30 something degrees Celsius here. Not sure how hot it did get. We've been hiding inside in the air conditioning. Here we go. Production special. Mark II. What am I missing? Heavy frames. 20 computers. I failed. That's okay. We're making plastic. We can make computers. And I have tons of heavy frames. My planning failed. I thought I needed 110 total, but apparently I needed 120. Luckily, we have lots of heavy frames. This is our bottleneck currently, making the plastic. I bet you if we go over there and overclock the plastic refinery, it'll already be done by the time we get there. You know, I could have actually just made the blueprint maker over here. Maybe I'll do that. Because we've got lots of room over here currently. So that one's producing 60 rubber. So if we overclock this to 200%, we will use all the rubber to maximize our plastic output. Which hints that's kind of what we're going to do in the blueprint. I could steal that. Well, that's a point. Overclock. Oh no, that should be it. I was wondering if this was uploading slower than it's being created, but because there was no backlog other than the 5, it is not. It might now though. Yes, it is now. And in fact, plastic is what we need more of for this build, so I'm going to leave that overclocked. One for 2006. No, Bob. BHDOFA 2006. Hi, Don. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. How are you going, Bodfa? Bodfa. I don't know if that's right. Bodfa? Or is it two words? BHDOFA. Yes, thank you. Happy New Year. How are you going? We are trying to make a super efficient plastic and rubber factory, except we didn't actually have the blueprint maker that's big enough to fit the blueprint on that I'm trying to make, so we are fudging it a little bit. Dofa, okay. Just Dofa or BH Dofa? Or is it just pronounced Dofa with the BH being silent? Okay, let's leave that little factory running there. Actually 30 per minute means if this is outputting 30 per minute, that will be fully efficient. Zurin, can you repeat that message, Zurin, because I didn't understand. Ah,
Look
right,
lively.
in moderators.
It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Yep. BH is Bosnia. Ah, okay, cool. Just Dofa then. Hey. I did not hear that Twitch ad break being warned. Did anyone else hear that? We're going to take a quick break while the ads run and have a bit of a stretch and a bit of a drink. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Great, while the video is paused, you can rewind to the beginning and watch it. I'm back. I think I'm back. Twitch is being weird. It's not actually giving me a warning that there was an ad break coming up. It's not telling me how long the ad break is running for. Normally it has in my dashboard and it says, hey, your Twitch ad break is currently on and you'll be back in 3 minutes or something. Let me just reload the Twitch dashboard. Okay, that took way too long to load. I think there's something going on with the Twitch dashboard stuff. That's okay. We can carry on. Worst case scenario, I keep going during an ad break and don't notice. Okay, so if for those who have just joined us, we have a super temporary plastics and rubber factory set up here, just so we can get a few unlocks and get some plastic going so that we can actually use it in building things, because we're going to be making a plastics and rubber factory. But we're going to be doing it using blueprints and using the Blueprint Maker Mark II. And I think I'm just going to plonk it down over here. Did I make enough computers yet? Or did I need to make one more? I needed to make one more. Damn it. And I deleted the workbench too. that was a bit preemptive of me, wasn't it? We'll get there, I promise. Yay. Let's go around here a bit. Is the front under my feet? Yes, it is. Okay. Now you can fit 3 refineries onto a normal Blueprint Maker Part 1, but I wanted to kind of build some of the architecture and surrounding pipeline into the blueprint, which is why I wanted to go with the Mark II. Now I'm just going to take my headset off and switch to the Satisfactory planner to show you what we're going to be building planning-wise. Just a second. Give me my mouse focus back, please. Thanks to the V103 Alpha 3. Cool. No, you're welcome. You had an issue, not sure if you experienced this error. Which error is that? Okay, so this is the diluted fuel blueprint. I'll probably make this second. No particular reason, since we need both fuel and the plastic recipe together, so we're going to need to make both of them, but I'll make this second. And I'll show this again at that point. So this is the plastic blueprint. And this may look a bit similar to what we just built, although it's actually a bit easier to see in game than it is to see on this planner in a way. So basically you have fuel coming in, and we have one refinery that is using the recycled rubber recipe. Now this takes in 30 plastic and it outputs 60 rubber. Then we have 2 refiners that are using recycled plastic. So this takes the 60 rubber from this one and it turns it into 120 plastic. Then we have a smart splitter that sends 30 of that plastic back into here, leaving a total of 90 for the output. So we kind of already did this back in our quickie factory. It's just we overclocked one refinery rather than making 2. But we're going to basically make a blueprint with 3 refiners in it. And let's jump back in just a sec. Let me put the headset back on. Now normally I build this in much larger scale, like 5 or 6 refiners at a time, or even, you know, 7 or 8, 10, 12. But I thought I'd make it as a enclosed blueprint with just making one resource rather than mixing the plastic and rubber together. So the smallest you can do is 3 refiners without overclocking anything. Okay, so that's the plan. Now I have a specific layout and spacing, and let's see if I get it right. Come on, let me copy the refinery because I'm lazy. So Indiewid, have you seen the new on-screen build helpers in the beta 3, alpha 3? That's what I've been trying and using out, and I think they're pretty cool. I think that's the spacing I settled on. Ah, this isn't centered because it's 5 across. The center of the blueprint maker is actually there. Now, in my I did like a rough build of this. I actually put these right next to each other. But I'm going to leave a space. In fact, do I have enough room to leave 2 spaces? Luxury. Because I don't like refiners. You tend to need a whole buttload of them. And they all cram them in together and they're so huge and they take so much space. So I might regret this spacing, but I'm going to give it a go. So this one is making rubber from plastic, correct. This one will be recycled plastic. And this one will be recycled plastic. So the math that comes out of this is we're using 90 fuel to create 90 plastic. I think that's correct. Now, to feed in so this recycle system self-serves, you need smart splitters on the back. So let's change that to a smart splitter. Now I need to leave a bit of room for piping. I think that is okay there. My nudge is 90 degrees out. I wonder if that's because I'm on the Blueprint Maker specifically. Now, because this total blueprint throughput is the highest amount of any product, it is I think 120. The Mark III belts are plenty. We could have gone slower. We could actually make these Mark I to slow the input, but I don't think it's really worth bothering, really. Okay. Now at the output, we have all the outputs merged together. And these have to go past the inputs. Could make them closer. If I do this, it's going to be near the walkway. Am I correct in understanding that the resolution in the graphics setting doesn't affect VR and the stream goes to the game monitor window? Yes, so it does have a slight effect. So when you open an in-screen user interface, such as the backpack, the game resolution affects the resolution of this screen. So if you make your game resolution too small, this screen here will be fuzzy in VR. But other than that, it does not affect the resolution of the 3D world in VR. I think I will run it there, but I could possibly do walkways at a slightly higher height to access other things. Just putting in a stand there for cosmetic reasons. So those are the solid products. So basically this output here will be what goes on to the output that will then get put away into storage and everything. Which graphics and settings in the Game Effect VR? Can you check chat as to not sure why error messages is not popping up on your screen? What do you mean error messages? Am I not getting Twitch chat messages? Oh, no, I think Twitch chat has just been quiet. No VA error in... I posted in chat. Oh, okay. If you posted something that was a big error, it might have been blocked by YouTube's filters. I suspect, especially if there were URLs or something that looks suspicious. YouTube has a sort of some auto filter settings, so I think that's why. If you want to send me an error message or you know, any mod feedback, the best way to do it is through the Flat2VR Discord. So if you go to flat2vr.com, there's a channel there called SF Join. You go in there and hit the join button, and then there'll be a SF support link under there, and that's the best place to ask support questions, because other people in the modding, you know, who use the mod can also answer it if they know the answers there. No, Dippy, you're innocent this time apparently, other than being too quiet. Okay, next part of the build is where we make... Do I need to put this on my bar? Now that we have plastic... Oh, I didn't unlock it in the awesome shop. Tell you what, I'll build it and then we can come back and paste it in the new style. Basically, we now have access to shiny concrete. I'm not 100% sure on the positioning of this. I think we'll go with there. Yeah, I think it was most likely the YouTube filter. Oops. One of the reasons I'm not a fan of refineries is they're also damn tall. So I'm going to try and build that into this and have kind of a... I think I might want it angled more than that. No. No, I think I want them slightly higher. Put this in here, which will overlap. Yeah, I only wanted it 3 up. I'm still not sure how this will fit into the whole big part of the factory, but the idea here is that we'll have levered floors and that each floor will have kind of this section here, such that our sticky smokestacks are on the outside. Okay, now next part is, let's put some catwalk. These will actually snap to this section, but not the end. Okay. They're also not evenly lined up. Great. You have a Pico 4, followed the video from the author of the channel, found it on SMM. Yep. Yes. Yeah, Discord is the best place to ask for problems. What was the error you were having here, Dofa? Did you post just a description of the problem rather than posting an error message? There is also a troubleshooting on the wiki, which will tell you. Oh wow. Okay, so these aren't even lined up at all. That's not lined up. Wow, okay. So you can snap to these things if you want to go completely off-grid. If it's a Lua error, that is part of the UEVR add-on. There shouldn't be any Lua errors, but have you edited your global, your is it engine.ini for Satisfactory, and have you bumped your object limits to super high levels? So by default, the Unreal Engine has an object limit, and if you have that cranked up too high as an override in the ini file, the mod will crash on injection. Well, UEVR will crash on injection. I think I might not have put that in the troubleshooting page yet, and I really should. Actually, I want these lined up with the lower level. Ugh. Sorry. Can't believe they're not actually quite lined up. Okay, so we'll fiddle with this walkway later and make it a bit fit it in better. Part of the reason I wanted to do that is to get an idea of where to put the pipes. I really should put wall holes on here because I use wall holes. There's an extra spot I could put wall holes on. I probably use them as much as anything else. Please don't diagonally nudge. That is actually, the bounding box is actually diagonal. Huh. Wow, the hole was diagonal. You ever had a diagonal hole? It's either there or the spot below it. Yeah, UVR UObject hook activate. If the error is on there, the error is typically something that you have in your Satisfactory engine.ini file that has been changed away from the non-standard. And the usual one is to increase the UObject limit. Hey, Russ is awake. Yep, okay, that clears the walkway. So that is the right height. Yeah, but the lure part is just part of UEVR. Unreal Engine and the game mod part of it do not use lure, so the lure part is the UEVR part. But yes, that error has occurred when people have changed their ini settings, their engine ini settings for the game engine. And if you haven't changed any settings, then I'd be curious as to what your PC spec is. Because usually that setting is with people who crank things up to very high levels. And I would say if your save file is that big that you'd have a bad time anyway, but I participated in the Pass It On event and that had a huge amounts of items in it. It's only 9:40. Yeah, I managed to start actually on time today. Okay, so now we want holes on the outside. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Actually, I don't want holes. Now I remember how I did it. Holes are a pain at this point. You got new D&D books today, so I've been listening while I flip through them. Cool. Which books did you get? That's going to be awfully close to the wall. But if I do there, okay, that is the right height. Basically, this is a way of putting the pipes on the outside just to give a bit of interest to the outside rather than just having a box factory. I'm trying to be a little more inventive and creative in my factory appearances. $950X3D with a 5080, no object limit changes in engine is default. That's interesting. There are a few other Windows settings that may have triggered it. So if you go to the UEVR enhancements GitHub and check the troubleshooting page, there's a few other settings in there that can cause crashes and timeouts and things like that. There's one common Windows setting that causes problems, but I cannot remember the name of it off the top of my head. Alt covers for the Faerun books, and they're so pretty. Faerun and Heroes of Faerun. Cool. Okay. So this is pretty much as far as I got in my planning of the design of the blueprint, other than making it shiny. I probably should do a bit more work with the walkways, because if I do that now, then I won't need to do it later. Always turn off shadows in any games and set the settings to middle or lower in VR. Yes, the shadows, changing the shadows from low to medium is one of the biggest performance hits in VR. Oh, that's right, I think. Oh, I've lost my whole frame. Copy that. That's not what I want to copy. One, two, three, four. I think it probably looks better with the hole. One, two, three, four. Let's hope it's there, right? One, two, three, four. There we go. Meanwhile, I crank everything up because it runs as a slideshow anyway. It might as well be a nice slideshow. Well, this is the thing, is not many other settings. I mean, they have a little effect, but I have a 5080. I am very lucky to have been able to get one recently. Which is only, you know, 30% better than a 5070 Ti. And cranking everything from medium to ultra, most of the settings didn't really impact frame rate. The game itself, I think, has some internal limits. It's really hard to get above 60 frames a second or above 70 frames a second with the game, no matter what the settings are. So I've kind of had to accept, right, I'll target 60, which is good for the stream. And then I will use synchronous space warp to get 120 in the headset. And it dips below that 60, but on the whole it runs pretty well. Got lots of plastic, so let's actually grab some of that plastic out. Because we're not quite ready to tear down the old one yet. Okay, walkways. I mean, that I might leave open so that when you come, I mean, it's kind of centered, but if I put another railing across there, it's going to block these a little bit. So I'm going to leave that open like that. So that as a default railing isn't too bad. Just wondering if I want some railings above here. I have a power PC build. It's very good for VR. How much RAM? I have 32 gigs of RAM. Yeah, shadows make drastically FPS hit. The game looks horribly without them. I actually have hacked some of the any settings to add extra shiny shadows as well. So I am guilty of choosing shadows. But because it wasn't, the game itself was limited beyond a certain point, it seemed a reasonable compromise. Now, if this is going next to another one, I don't know what's going to run up and down. Unless I decide... Wrong one. To give you here too, regretting not going for 64. What would you use 64 for, Russ? I'm just curious. I mean, I guess in the current price craziness of RAM, it would certainly be good to do 64. If you play regular games, you can tolerate it. It'd be other low FPS makes you dizzy and nauseous. Yeah. You don't want too low a res. Hey, Rice Munch. Good morning. How you going, Rice? Missed investment opportunity. Yeah, absolutely. Should have bought all the RAM up and then sold it to all the AI companies. Actually, if I do a double straight catwalk here. Doing all right over here? Cool, cool. Kind of want to bring that in and nudge or two. Maybe just one. So now if we have one of these down the middle, we need to change those ones on the other side. So we have basically above ground walkways all the way around. Blender is what I need it for. Ah, fair enough. It extends the life of your PC, which for normal times would be coming up to an upgrade point. I think, yeah, Blender, fair point, but I think for most other things, 32 is, I think, plenty. And hopefully by the time we need more than 32 gig RAM, the AI bubble would have burst and blown all over people's faces, at least the AI companies. Maybe we'll get some peace and quiet. Built in 2019, replaced the GPU and power supply that's starting to show its age. 2019, yeah, that's a reasonable age for a computer. Like my previous computer was probably around 2019. But a GPU upgrade can get you things like VR support better than not. Okay. I have no idea how this walkway is going to look when it's part of the factory, but theoretically it should join up if we put multiples of these in a row. So there should be a walk up and down on this side. We need a way of getting further up though. These allow us to walk through the middle where we've actually left space between the refiners and no luxury. How do we get up to the top? I mean, we could make it like a massive spiral staircase. This could go up to the top here. RAM shortage is kind of pushing a few companies to optimize more for RAM use at least. That would be nice. You've got a 4060 Ti, it's about the same as 2080. They had in there without the dedicated USB-C slot. Yeah, okay. I was rocking a 2080. Good card back in the day. I started development of this mod on a 2080. And used it for a good year. Maybe I'll... No, I need to put that spacer there. Okay, so we have the ground floor of the factory down here. Or this might technically become the basement. You can walk up here, you can walk all the way around the bottom floor here. You can walk onto the next segment of the factory. You can walk through here and around and keep coming up. And also, because once the other side is joined together, you can walk up here, along here, and then up here. Yeah, the 2080 with the USB-C on the back was awesome, actually. And you can plug a PSVR 2 directly into it. Candy Wars Street hasn't really doing anything good since the pandemic. Let them figure it out now. Game development is not easy. I've looked at under the bonnet how the sausage is made. It's like, no, don't get me wrong. I know there's some game companies that are on the greedy side. Satisfactory actually is a very well optimized game compared to a lot of UE5 games. Right, I think it is shiny time, which we need to unlock in the awesome shop, which I have screws on me just for this occasion. I'm not embracing the screws. I will build with the screws and then I will remove them. Maybe I should put like 200 screws in the depot just for making an awesome shop. Actually, I don't have tickets on me, so there's no actual point in me building this here. Did I bring any tickets? No, I didn't. So back home it is. Actually, you know what I should do? I should save this. I'm always paranoid at this point because one wrong click and I hit clear instead of save. Recycled plastic. Directory production. We can go under there. Close. Icon. I wish you could like have multiple icons, so a different size, like a big refinery with a little plastic icon on it or something. Save. Yay. Slightly concerned the eventual 60 series isn't going to fit in your case. They are actually, my 5080 is only a little bit moderately bigger than my 3080. They are definitely getting bigger, but I was quite surprised that my 3080 was a bit of a chonker. The 2080 was pretty svelte, but yeah, they are getting bigger. And cases are getting bigger to deal with it. Like I tried to put the old 3080 in Azuren's case, which was a desktop style case, and no, it did not fit. Oh, I missed. Luckily you have jetpack. Really, really, George. Here, boy. Ooh, electromagnetic control rods. Save those for later. And we have 42 mil of clearance. Ah, yes, yes. Yeah, I just gave up and bought a new case. No, I want the awesome shop and I need tickets. Yeah, but if the game's not loading for DOFA, then it's something else. It's not a graphics settings thing. But yeah, make sure you've got DirectX 12 selected and check that troubleshooting page because there is a few Windows settings you need to adjust. Some are on by default, which are bad. Here we go. Coated concrete. Yay! Is there anything else here we need? I think I bought everything else that I could.
No Fix-It Awesome Shop transactions constitute transfer of ownership. All product rights and ownership remain with Fix-It.
Okay. I think that was just a random awesome shop. See, now we have coated concrete foundation, which I probably shouldn't put in the wet areas. But we can put around here. It's so shiny. Okay, I can make the rest shiny later on and decide which I want shiny, which I don't. But now we head back to the blueprint. So a wish list on PCG called GPUs that'll fit in my case. Yes. Steel screws recipe, 600 minute screws for only 15 steel beams. I am thinking I'm going to be using that for my heavy modular frames factory. Yes, it's a lot of screws. All settings are on low, and when I click on an error message, I get in-game, but controls are not working. If you get in-game, but controls are not working, that sounds like the UEVR profile might not be installed properly. If so, you could try resetting and re-importing the profile. Another thing you can do is there's an app called UEVR Easy Injector, which I should make a video about. It basically does some of the busy work of installing the UEVR in the profile, and it has something where it'll reset the settings and make sure everything is working properly. So if you download UEVR Easy Injector, or I think it's called UEVR Deluxe is the website, then you can, it will make sure your profile is cleared out and fully up to date. You go and you search for Satisfactory and then pick the right profile. Okay, that's not what I wanted. This coated concrete, the shiny stuff, uses plastic, which is why we haven't been able to use it until now, and why I've built a plastic factory that's going straight into the depot so that I can use lots of plastic. Okay. At this stage, I have no idea what the floor and ceiling are going to do or how this is going to glue together. This is just the general layout and the outer wall styling. And one thing I do want to do is get rid of the orange pipe. Normally I would color code these based on what's in them. So these are fuel, in which case I would make them orange. But I'm actually going to use some of the shiny new textures they have. Do we want copper or chrome? Actually, we could have copper pipes with chrome fittings. 80. That's a bit too shiny, I think. Carbon steel? Maybe the carbon steel. I mean, how's the chrome look from a distance? And we have a famous meme in Russia. Here, my powers are all. Okay, so there we go. Non-boring pipes, kind of. Not sure I like that, though. I need to add the metallic ones to this, actually. Nope, wrong button. Why do I think I'm going to just use copper everywhere and not the others? I mean, maybe Caterium somewhere. Can always paint them again later. Are all end? Okay, so... is that the right slope? Yeah, it is. I think that's okay. We could try and sort of fake a hole around the pipe where it's going through the roof, but I think that's fine. Where's the front? Now the reason I made this the front is because this is the output. So the output is going to come towards the front. We could even have... that.
Incoming propaganda broadcast.
Oh, now we've got an
detected.
ad warning.
Please seek
Worked
shelter.
last time. Okay. And there's an autosave happening. Everything's coming together. Now this is a plastic one and we need to kind of do the reverse for rubber because I want the rubber to go the other way. But I'm tempted to make the plastic factory first and the diluted fuel just to get some of it in place and running because I don't know if I'm going to get through all of it tonight. Okay, so here in the blue crater, Twitch wants me to have an ad break. So I'm going to pause for a few minutes here. And I'm going to go get a drink. As soon as my in-headset browser stops crashing on me. What did the female voice just said? It said, incoming propaganda broadcast, seek shelter. It's a warning to say that there's an ad break coming up. And if I ignore it, the ad break just runs and I have no control over it. I mean, basically Twitch forces me to have ads. So you're on YouTube, so I have no control over the YouTube ads. If you don't like ads on YouTube, you can use an ad blocker or you can use YouTube Premium, which is expensive, but they got to keep the servers running and I actually don't mind paying for YouTube Premium. So yes, we're going to run a 3-minute ad break here on Twitch, and it's also a chance for me to have a bit of a break. So I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
I don't know what Meta have done, but the web browser in my headset has become really slow and jerky. And that's how I control my OBS and look at chat and things like that. Well, check my settings in Twitch. So when I close it and then open it up to do a scene change and everything crashes, that's not very useful. Unreal, he's injecting at the same error. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Post on the Discord all the tech details, and we'll see if we can figure it out. But also, go to the troubleshooting wiki page if you haven't yet, and look at the crash section, and it will tell you a few things there to try and check in Windows settings. Is my headset behaving? Kind of. It's a little bit flickery. Frame rate is also pretty terrible. And now it's better. That's interesting. Okay. So I'm going to switch to the planner and show you the plan to make the diluted fuel blueprint next. And that's not the right window. Okay, that's the recycled recipe. Let me take my handset off. So this is what we just built here. We have one refiner for making rubber out of plastic and another two making plastic out of rubber. And this is a recycled loop to output a remainder of 90 plastic. And we're going to make a similar one for rubber, same thing, but I laid it out a bit different in there, that one. That actually makes more sense. But now we need to make one for diluted fuel. So this is where we input crude oil and water, and what we need is, now this is diluted packaged fuel, but we want liquid fuel out and we put liquid water in. So what we do here is we actually have a loop where we take the liquid water, we package it, so we have bottled water, we turn that bottled water into bottled fuel, and then we unpackage it and output the fuel, and the empty canisters loop back around. So you can put in a handful of canisters here and they'll just loop around and produce the fuel you need. And I don't know whether I want to stick this in the same blueprint, or normally I just have this, but then I normally just use the Mark 1 Mark 1 blueprint maker on that. But now they've got the Mark 2, I might try and integrate this into the plan. Now I have not tried planning this blueprint other than just this planner here, so I don't know about the layout. I'll probably do something similar with the styling with the ball, with the refineries, but the layout is going to be a little different. So maybe we actually start with the plastic one and see if we can repurpose it. That way we'll have a similar style to the other one. Okay, let me just put my headset back on. Where's Satisfactory? There it is. Back in focus. Okay. Now, what other mods do you use? I don't use too many mods. The idea is I'm doing a fairly vanilla playthrough because I try to make this sort of a tutorial style that I can show people how to do things that they don't need any other mods. So there's no gameplay mods at all. So the only mods I have obviously UEVR enhancements, which is the VR mod. I have Sky UI. This lets me change the time of day. So if I need to do any photo shoots or if I want to make a time-lapse video, I can use that. No splash screens skips over those warnings at the front that says, you know, epilepsy warning, flashing scenes and such like that. And Fix-It Cam allows you to do more advanced dolly pans and video recording and stuff like that. So I use that to make videos, although I haven't used it in a while, but it is there. So mostly it's around the video recording part of it rather than other things. I use a Quest 3 and I'm using Virtual Desktop on the Quest 3 with OpenXR mode, which is pretty much the best performance and quality you can get using a Quest 3 specifically for UEVR. So to retrofit this, first of all, let's save it under a different name so we don't accidentally override our plastic one. Because I'm not yet sure how reusable this will be. And I don't think I actually picked the other recipes yet. No, I did not. So let's just drop a MAM down. So first we need is heavy oil residue. So this is an efficient way of just taking oil and turning it directly into heavy oil residue. We do have a byproduct of polymer resin. And the other one we need is the packaged diluted fuel. This is a ridiculously efficient way of turning heavy oil residue into fuel. Now there is a blender version of this later on, which is basically the same ratio, but we're not up to blenders yet. That's several tiers down the line. So this is what we need to use for now. But using that package recycling loop, we can basically get the same effect now. It just looks a bit more involved. So this is heavy oil residue. Now this is actually going to be quite different. We have two liquid inputs. We have the heavy oil residue and we have the water. So this is heavy oil residue coming in. This will have an output of the polymer resin, but it will also output, crude oil comes in. Heavy oil residue will then need to feed into the next machine. This is diluted packaged fuel. So the residue comes in. We also need packaged water in, because this is a solid. So we actually... I'm just wondering whether to stick the packages in the middle or stick the packages on the side. I think we'll leave them on the side. So packaged water needs to come in, as does the heavy oil residue. So the fluid output from this is the fluid input to this. Just trying to think of the logistics. This has no solid input, so let's get rid of that. Now, given that packaged has to input here, I might actually make that the diluted fuel one. And we'll delete this middle one and make this the heavy oil the packaging cycle. So that way this heavy oil residue, if I take a pipe here, this will run along here. And keep it under the walkway, that'll be neat. Now, if you can, it's good to keep fluids on a level. If you add rises and falls in it, that will cause problems. Although in other situations, you actually want fluids to come from above. But since this is a direct one-to-one, this is fine. Which leaves us enough room here to do the packaging shuffle. So the output of this is the package fuel. So we only have solid output from this, and it comes into the packager. Actually, this comes into the unpackager. Well, basically it's the same machine. Now, do I want to rise these up? It's probably easier if I just have them on the ground level. This is going to output the fuel. Just checking the center line. And this doesn't have any fluid input, so that can stay there. This will unpackage fuel. So this takes in the packaged fuel and outputs the liquid fuel, which is the real stuff we're after, and also some empty canisters. Now this has the fuel coming out and the water coming in, so we do need to leave enough room for pipes here. But there's no liquid coming out, so we can actually bring that forward to leave space. Because this will create the packaged water. That way, because we've got the machines arranged like this, there's no overlap between pipes and conveyors, so we can get everything on the same level. Now we have water coming in here. Now obviously it would be better to have this lower down, at a different height at least. aesthetically, I have no idea what would look better. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's kind of the direction I wanted to go, but not the angle. Why won't it let me do that floating? It lets me do everything else floating. Maybe we should have kept a support there just for cosmetic reasons. I'm going to leave it for now. Now the fuel... Does the fuel come out the other side of the building, or does it go into this side as well? It's probably more scalable if I have the fuel come from the other side. That way we could actually put two of these back to back. Not that I probably will, but it would allow it to be reversed easily. So let's actually, you know, that hole I deleted at the top. Actually, let's move it along. There is more space here though. Yes, that is the same height of the hole we actually deleted before. Did this come in the bottom? This could just come in the bottom. Now the reason I've done it this way is because now if this is the fuel on this line here, it's going to be on the same height as the plastic and rubber. So we can connect this one directly onto the plastic and the rubber, and the fuel line will all be the same line going through. We're just going to have an interesting layout issue here. And this is why I tend to color code pipes, because as you can see, who knows what these are at the moment. They're just going everywhere. I swear I use floor holes and wall holes more than supports. Let's just change that. Actually, pumps are on the same menu, so... Or are they? No, pumps are on the same menu as pipe, which is fine, because we can select pipe there. We are using floor hole. Hang on, not floor holes. Wall holes. So if we need a pump, we can select the pipe, hold the B button, and then we can select a pump from here. I think this might actually look better than what I had before. Oh, maybe not. Damn it. Give me a hole. Oh look, it'll let me put holes anywhere, it just won't let me put the supports. I am cool. By the way, that was a air conditioning request. Okay, there we go. Structurally and cosmetically complete. So 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60. 60, 30 heavy oil residue. 40 heavy oil residue. That's right. We were going to underclock this to 75. So 30. Haven't figured out what we're doing with the polymers yet. I think this one's actually more complicated than the recycled ones. So this is basically a line through of the polymer resin that can all get recycled somewhere. Okay, I think, ooh, we got some space here, walkways wise. Bit of a hazard. Let's just replace these two. I mean, this is kind of open, but this just gives you a bit more protection so you don't fall into the packaging machines, because that's probably bad for your health. Make sure all the holes and supports are the right colors. Okay, that one is not needed. These two, I should have kept a coloured cross piece so I didn't have to colour it. You know what I can do? I can come in here, go to Customizer, have a copper finish. You can press, what is it? Is it B? Add to list? That doesn't sound right. Ah, it is B. Pipes. Now all pipes will be copper. Not sure why it's not giving a nice line there. Oh, it's the one at the end, isn't it? I've just noticed that has a different pattern on the other side versus this side. Which the old foundations did as well, but I think I want it on the other side. There, pattern is now... Why does that look? Oh, it's just the light. Okay, pattern is now equal on the outside. Which means our other blueprint would have been wrong. Actually, we didn't delete it, so the entire wall would be wrong on the other one. Okay, so have we got everything? Oh, you know what I've forgotten? I've forgotten power. Okay. Crude oil comes in. Resin goes out. Heavy oil residue comes around the back. Heavy oil residue goes into the diluted packaged fuel along with packaged water, outputs packaged fuel. Packaged fuel comes into the packager. Packaged fuel outputs fuel and empty canisters. The empty canisters get combined with water to make packaged water. The packaged water goes in here. That is correct. So these I would normally attach to a roof, but we haven't decided what we're going to have roof-wise here. I think it's going to be flat, so I think it would be a reasonable bet to put in a 2-meter foundation here. Oh, the blueprints. Of course, we want it to be shiny. So this can just, oh, don't fall over backwards. I put this in here. I think I actually got them lined up correctly. Man, it's good to finally have a jetpack. Or some way of flying at least. Okay. Done. Ah, not done. I need some empty canisters to be recycled. I can make 1,700. I think I'm going to have enough. Nope. Wondering if they were a stack of 100 or 200. Missed it by that much. Now, theoretically, you don't need many in here, although there is a delay because they have to whiz around. Oh, I haven't put the whiz around. Oops, got to put the whiz around in. Or did I? No, it goes through the machine. Duh. Okay, there is a delay because of the belt speed, so you can't just put in a tiny amount here. Actually, 25 is probably a good amount. I put them in here because this is where they're going to be needed first. So these will be filled with water. And then the water becomes fuel, and then they will be unpackaged. And then the cycle will continue. Now it's finished. Okay. Let me just make sure that did save. Diluted fuel. Yeah, that looks right. And recycled plastic. Yep. But we need to finish off the recycled plastic because we didn't put power connectors in. We also need to make a flipped one for rubber. Oh, that was only a 1 meter. Actually, looks like a half. How did I do a... Oh, right, I got it. I know I did it. When I changed type, I also changed the one I picked. I need that one. Don't fall in the water. Okay, I think that was all we needed to change on that one. You need the sleeps? No probs, Russ. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good evening. Catch you later. Okay, I was going to make a flipped one for rubber, but I think I'm going to start making plastics first, and then we will figure out the rubber when we get closer to it. Because we still have a lot of infrastructure to set up, including we need to set up the water pumps. So we're going to cram this factory in this section here. And we're going to clear out some of these fungi first. Actually, I am going to save here. Plastics plus fuel. Blueprints. Did that actually save? No, I did. Okay. Okay, what couldn't fit? Look, I don't need that much biomass. I have lots of biomass, thank you. Let me just zoop out some of these. So this whole section, we have a central circle in the middle of the blue crater here, and all the factories around it, including the power stations, are all lined up with the angles of the circle. So we're going to continue that theme here and basically have a plastic section, a middle section, and a rubber section is the idea. So each section will probably be about 5 foundations wide at the front, but there's room to get wider at the back. Okie dokie. Okay. You know, I don't think I'm actually going to get in the way of the old factory. I probably will once I extend out. Now, the other thing is we need lots of water extractors, which obviously need to go in the water. So one thing I need to do is make sure that the water extractors fit underneath the factory floor. And just by eyeballing it, I think they need to go a little higher. Why is my button not working? Oh, because I have a detonator in my hand. Okay, so that's the height of a water extractor. So we need to be higher than that, but it doesn't need to be super higher, although do we want logistics underneath as well? I think we can actually, if I make it that high, we can make it, so basically if it's that high, and when there's a water extractor, we can do it that high. And there's room for running pipes in between. I think there'll be plenty of room for pipes. So pretty much the base is probably just going to be like this. In fact, let's just go with that. Now, I had this all kind of planned. Let's see if I get that right. So those were kind of the three fronts of the factory. Oh, I said zoop. This middle section doesn't need to be 5 wide, because this will be more probably admin offices, although I could put some fuel pumps up the back as well. Whoa, whoa, stop thrusting. That's the kind of the broad extremities of it. Now, broad extremities. These low poly monstrosities and low texture monstrosities can go. Oil nodes back there. Yeah, let's clear out some coral. Kind of like I like the umbrella plants though. It's not a very good throw. Unfortunately, these ugly things you can't blow up. Neither can you blow up the spiky things, which is really annoying. Should grab the bacon just in case I blow it up. Bacon does not regrow, unfortunately. Now, I have not done any math on how many water extractors I need. Whoa! Those ones blew up! I swear I've tried blowing them up before and they haven't. Excellent. Almost dead on. Okay, normal node, good. Pure node, excellent. And I'm on a normal node there, and there's an impure node over there. My chat window is all the way over here. DB Marode, hip shooting, yes. I was thinking, how cool was that shot? And then I missed the follow-through shots afterwards. I have had a lot of experience with the good old rebar gun in VR. Okay, so we could even have some lower floors for the fuel generation up the back here, because we're going to have water pumping under here. But the other thing we need space for is transport. Yay, trains! And I actually have the plastic to make them now. This is not permanent placement of train stations. This is just conceptual space making, just to get an idea of how bloody tall these things are. because basically the core of the factory will be above this. Okay, so that's sort of a height. So basically the idea is to have a train line that runs around the circumference of the blue crater, and with paths off. And I haven't figured out if I'm going to come back through the middle or if I'll have them circle behind, or maybe down the sides inside. That's a future logistics problem. The plastic must flow before we get to that point though. So at a minimum, I mean, we could just chuck, could just chuck these in at this point. Although I'd really like to leave extra room permitting, and the middle platform can be smaller because it's not going to have factories at the front. So we could position this here, or we could even go out to that far out. Oh, okay, we did kind of offset that by half. Okay, so I've actually made this... how wide? 6 wide. The blueprint is 5 wide, and technically... we could... You know what, I'm just going to put some slabs down and see how it looks.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, that's a nice big area that is possibly going to clip into our rock there. But on the outside we have pipelines, so we might get lucky and we might miss it. Now, that was a Twitch ad break warning, so I'm going to take the opportunity and take a 3-minute break and have a drink and a stretch while the Twitch ads run. Let me just very slowly load my Quest browser up with my control panel on it, because my Quest has been really slow lately with the browser, and everything auto closes where it used to just stay open all the time. Okay, so back in 3 minutes ish. Once the Twitch dashboard loads and lets me actually start the ad break, that is. Come on, hurry up. Here we go.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
We're back. Okay, now, hadn't really decided how much this factory is going to stick out from the edge here. I also didn't check how many water extractors I actually needed. So I'll have to math that out later. But I have in my notes to have 3 diluted fuel blueprints and 2 plastic blueprints, which is 5, which is 25 total length of foundations if we don't put any gap between them. Thing is though, as I was saying, I reckon I can squeeze some extra fuel generators down below or up here, but I'm also going to chew through my resources super quick because this is really the first time I think I built this en masse using blueprints in this save. So I think if I line it up with that line, I might need to go and get a truckload more resources. Oh, he's going to be trouble. He won't like me sticking this in his environment. Now, if I go auto connect, blueprint auto connect. Wow, there's a snapping sign. I've never actually used auto connect before. There's there's only the one thing to auto connect here, which is the output of resin, which I probably should have sent the other direction now that I'm looking at this. Yep, I've run out of room. You know what? I didn't actually run out of build resources though, so I'm pretty impressed with that. Oh no! Oh, because I snapped it, but it was slightly different because it was a different blueprint. Okay, I can do that. Let's overfill our bag with deleted blueprint materials. I feel I should have a break between the fuel and the plastic as well. Batpug333, never seen Satisfactory in VR before. Welcome, welcome. Yes, this is Satisfactory in VR. So let's put a gap there. I don't know, do I want it sticking out any more than that? That is huge. I mean, this was going to be a huge factory compared to other stuff we built. Like, look at the little cute steel factory over there. So this generates 180 plastic per minute. And the idea is to have some kind of in-between floor, and then we can build another floor up to increase that to 360. But that's not a lot of plastic. I mean, later on, maybe I overclock everything 200%. Like, this is probably going to blow my power grid if I turn it on as is, because that's my power grid at the moment with a few geothermal generators. I think it's going to blow. Have we done this whole thing in VR? Yes, this whole playthrough has been in VR. This is my first full VR playthrough. So I'm taking things slowly and building things out and taking my time and putting lots of detail in and trying to make complete finished factories. I haven't finished the game since 1.0. I have finished phase 4 pre 1.0 twice, and I've most of the way through phase 4 before 1.0 came out, but this is my first... Oh, I should take care of him. This is my first playthrough from the beginning since 1.0 came out. Oof! But I'm the creator of the VR mod, so initially a lot of my time has been working on creating the mod. Happy New Year, Croy! Hey, Croy's here! Welcome, welcome! You missed Russ. Russ went to bed. Only 85 hours into your first playthrough. Cool, cool. Welcome to Satisfactory. I had about 1,200 hours before I started working on the mod, and I've had about another 1,200 hours since. Sensible sleep is good sleep. This is Russ we're talking about, Croy. But she does seem to be going to bed earlier. Or maybe I just put her to sleep. Okay, so we're just popping down a little plastic factory here. Just fitting up a 3-floor oil processing building for lots of power as well. Fabric, plastic, and rubber. Cool, cool. The last few saves, I've always gone with making massive rocket fuel towers, which is just easy mode for power. So I'm trying to avoid fuel power for this playthrough. I do not know how far I'm going to get because this is going to blow my poor little coal power supply out of the water, I think. But I would like to do a nuclear setup, but that's way down the line tech-wise, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do until then. I think I'd like to reduce the space taken by the fuel. Now, I haven't overclocked anything here, and part of the reason is overclocking takes even more fuel, so that would be bad for my power grid. But I think what I could probably do is, because we've got more room at the back here, I could take one of these, flip it and put it next to it. You're re-addicted to it again. I have so many other games I just don't feel like playing any one of them, except Factorio. I wouldn't mind playing that right now. I have not played Factorio, partly because it's the first-person perspective that I love in this game. And so the top-down sort of graphics style of Factorio doesn't really appeal to me. But I have played a fair bit of Shapes on the Train, which is a bit pokey on a mobile device. I feel we should leave a bit of a walkway space down the middle. hadn't really designed these to be flipped, and I was thinking of making flipped alternatives. Although it's only really the solids that need to be flipped, and like the only thing that goes from here to there is the fuel, which is a liquid, so that doesn't need to be flipped. And the graphics top down the actual art drive you away. First was when I saw a video on the game, but now it's my favorite art style in any game. That's fair. I like VR and I like first-person perspective stuff. So I think it's not so much the art style that would put me off as just the fact that it's not first person. Plus, I love building vertically. And Factorio, from what I've seen, doesn't have vertical building. I should be able to snap this reverse here. Currently playing Kingdom of Deliverance 2 in VR, cool. You're coping okay with the mod for it, Croy? What's his name? Can't remember the name of the modder who does all the flashy big titles. Luke Ross, yeah. Minimal viable, yeah. I would love to spend time in Worlds, but part of the problem is like, I was really excited when UEV8 came out, and I loaded in Satisfactory, and I went, this interface is terrible, and then I started researching how to mod stuff in Satisfactory. So, yeah, I like my custom controls and my custom user interface. Like, dealing with the basic user interface sounds like a bit of a nightmare. Okay. Again, this is probably going to blow my power grid. And that hasn't actually lined up. How much water do we need?
Almost finished, so we're gonna be done.
Okay, apparently I'm getting an alert that dinner is nearly here. Thanks, Croy. It's taken a lot of effort to get it to this point, but I'm currently just waiting for materials to go to DD to build more of my train system to more products. Ah, cool. I haven't done trains yet. I've unlocked them, and I have placeholder train stations in the below here just to get some spacing. But I'm trying to plan so that there's space for train logistics when I'm building a new factory. I love trains. My first playthrough, I had lots of fun with trains. My other single player playthrough, I did a no train build with trucks and drones, and it was interesting. Okay, this is 60 packaged water per minute, which means we need 180 packaged water per minute, which is only 2 extractors. I mean, I guess there's future room here to expand for extractors later on, but I think we're going to have plenty of water space down here. Screw that Satisfactory CSR who cast shade on VR. What's his name? I can't remember. So busy putting off doing the elevator parts. Putting off the elevator parts is a good move. It's good to get the foundations automated and going. There's an easy trap to just plug elevator parts into a crate, into a machine, and just wing it that way, which is fine for the first few tiers, but you hit tier 4, and if you don't have established factories in tier 4, yes, I shouldn't skip dinner, should I? I'm just wondering where I'm going to put these extractors, because part of it is kind of a show thing, like you want them to be viewable. Croy, I'm not sure if you've seen the Discord for Satisfactory VR, but I have an Alpha 3 out now that has a new build HUD, which will give you context tips about what you're currently doing building. So if I go into build mode, it says I've got build and my zoop mode is on, except I want to actually dismantle. So it says dismantle. I've got a foundation filter, so it says what the filter is there. So it's I don't like excess UI, but I think it's going to help people who aren't 100% native to the controls, and even me who made the controls, I'm still finding it useful. So you might want to check that out. It's 1.0.3 Alpha 3. It's available for manual selection. Yes, it is temporary. Like, not when you're not in building mode, you don't see it at all. It only shows what you need at the time. But anyway, I am being called to have dinner, so I'm going to take a 10 to 15 minute break here and have some dinner. And I will be back after the dinner break.
Batpug333 just followed you. Thanks for the follow, Batpug333, and welcome
Thank you very much
the
for the follow. Batpug333, thank you for the follow. I am using a Quest 3, but dinner, and I'll tell you more about my specs after dinner. Yeah, I think this factory will look pretty cool here once I've put the rubber side in. Don't gulp my food. I will try and eat responsibly. Okay. Back shortly. Thank you for watching so far. Yes, the whole playthrough so far is in VR. Anyway, dinner. Back soon. Yay, we're back. I have just finished my dinner and we're back in the making the plastics and rubber factory, which we're using blueprints. So we have unlocked the Blueprint Maker Mark II. We needed to handcraft 6 computers because it was 16 in the end because my math sucked. We didn't quite have enough computers from crash sites and doggos to finish it off. So we had to unlock manufacturers and handcraft a few, but we are here. We are making plastics. So far we've got our fuel being made at the back there and plastics at the front. We haven't wired up any logistics yet. That's the next thing. And we're going to need some water. So we'll be working on that next. And DB Marood had an OG Oculus Rift headset. Do you still use it, DB Marood? Because that's pretty old school. I admittedly have I tested it with the Rift S? I can't remember if I think I did test the mod with the Rift S on a very early build. Sometimes? Oh, yes. At this stage, the Quest 3 is very good hardware-wise. But does come with the slight penalty of being a meta headset. So if you're in the market for a new one, at the moment I would recommend waiting for the Steam frame, which Valve have announced, because, you know, even if Meta was a lovely company, they have done bugger all for supporting PC VR. So I have a Quest 3, it works great, but I had to buy a different headband that was actually comfortable, a different faceplate that was comfortable. I had to purchase virtual desktop software to get decent streaming, and I needed to buy a separate Wi-Fi router just so I could stream PC VR properly. Yeah, well, they're in their standalone market, but they have some awesome games in the old PC Oculus library that are locked away there, like Stormland and, well, there's the original Asgard's Wrath. What's the one I'm thinking of in space? Lone Echo. Lone Echo and Lone Echo 2. I haven't played Lone Echo 2 but Lone Echo, the original one, was amazing. You can certainly try. If not, Azuren can link it in chat. But yeah, the Beat Saber is used to exercise the family here. Yeah, Beat Saber's the classic. Although I'm more of a Synth Riders person actually myself. I find it gets me moving a bit more than Beat Saber does. Beat Saber is good for arm waggle, but Synth Riders is where it's at if you want a bit more full body motion. Yeah, Croy VR says star, star, star. I don't think that worked. I'm trying to figure out how many of these I can fit along here, because I want to build ones at the front, but I want to leave room so I can build lots down the back. Maybe we should just build them all now. I love Pistol Whip. Pistol Whip is leg day. I wish there was more songs, and the custom songs tend to be a bit not great. But as far as fun and exercise and workout, Pistol Whip is definitely one of my go-tos. Highly recommend it. Maybe I should start from here. I'm attempting to have a layout of water extractors that's a little bit more interesting than just side by side. Dippy VR, I return I hear Pistol Whip. Also, hi Croy. Hey Dippy. Now that doesn't need to be that far out. I reckon we could bring that in closer. Although I am terrible at making things more compact than they really need to be. I'm trying to use more space. Honest. Oi, snap there. Thank you. Okay, I did need to move it out. Of course I needed to move it out, because they're fat boys. I've not actually done a diagonal setup for water extractors, so I'm not sure on what the best spacing is. So this is a bit of an experiment. Pistol Whip is great and now has more than 2 hours of content. Pistol Whip has a ton of content now, yes. The custom song support, as I was saying, I'm not a huge fan of. People seem to have a problem with actually putting things to the beat. Now that's just clipping into my old factory, I think. I think other than that, the positioning is fine. But it can probably still go that way a bit more to leave a bit more space. But let's build it there anyway. So yeah, if you're not aware, you can use a wall like this to snap your water extractor to a point, because basically the pipe part of it will snap to a wall when you're holding down snap. So it's a good way of snapping. Well, that's a bit of a clipping crime. That's not a good position. Poorly mapped songs? Yeah, poorly mapped songs. Because, well, Pistol Whip has... Their levels are a lot more complicated than something like Synth Riders or Beat Saber. It's not just a case of putting notes in places. It's actually coordinating dudes running out and looking menacing. as well as the whole level design, which is an actual level. So I found the ones I've tried have been not great. Okay, I think that style is pretty good. And these are big boys, so the spacing is actually pretty good. I just think it needs to come this way a little bit so it's not clipping. Maps by Clear and Crankcore. Okay, I'll look up those. I like what Big Screen have done with their VR headset. I like how compact it is, but it has a narrow market. I agree. The problem with Big Screen is also that it requires lighthouses and controllers that Valve are going to stop making very soon. And so it's A, very expensive, and B, kind of using hardware that is going to be harder and harder to find. I know HTC are still making base stations. But I don't know if you wanted to necessarily rely on HTC for support of them going further. Do like myself a rhythm game, but a lot of the time custom levels can either be really, really hard or really, really poorly mapped. Yes, that's one of the reasons I like Synth Riders, is Synth Riders, I think it's... Don't get me wrong, there are people who are bad mappers who map Synth Riders songs. But the good mappers are really good and can really get you moving in all sorts of different ways. And so I have... like, was it Dippy who recommended somebody? There are recommended mappers in Synth Riders that'll, you know, give you a good time. Okay, so now Mr. Water Extractor is not clipping there, not clipping there. Kind of in the middle there, yep. So I think I needed like 180 water for the factory I've built so far, so this is plenty already. And let's just, you know... Look, I'm going to actually delete these because that's the old factory we don't need. That was a temporary setup just to get some plastic and rubber resources. HTC have owned base station management for about 3 years now. Yeah, they have. It's just, how long are they going to keep doing them? Yeah, I mean, I've not used Knuckles to any great extent, so I'm not sure how fabulous they are or are not. But you know, the Quest 3 controllers are actually pretty solid for what they are. Look, let's just connect these up because we can always come back and change these later on. We're at the shove things together and just get it working stage of the build. You're doing the temp setup. Oh, yeah, well, these are permanent. Yes, no, don't get me wrong. The whole angled thing is kind of what I'm going to leave permanently, but whacking down a power pole and just chucking this pipe on the roof, that bit's temporary. So the placement of machines is kind of final placement, but I will come back and make the wiring and the piping fit better later on. I need some serious pumpage here. So the one problem with vertical builds and fluids. You know, I haven't unlocked Mark II pumps yet, but I have the resources and I think I might go do it. Because this water's got to go all the way up to there. And it's going to be much easier with a Mark II pump. Now I wish I had labeled which pipe was which. As I was saying earlier, I normally color code my pipes so that you can tell what goes in them just by color, but I thought this time I'd be fancy and just have brass pipes everywhere, or copper pipes everywhere. Oh, I can do it. It's just how many pumps do I need? And do I want to do head lift above into a huge water tower and then feed it from above? See, theoretically, once the fluids are up at this level, the pipes will stay on the same level. So, yeah, I'm just going to duck back and unlock Mark II pumps because I think that's going to be necessary. I'm also fully expecting not being able to turn all this on with the tiny little coal power station I've got. Normally use fluid buffers with valves for water tower. Then you might as well go Mark II pipes too. Yes, I could get the Mark II pipes, but at the moment I only need a flow through of 120, so I can always upgrade them to Mark II later if I increase the capacity later. I don't really use valves. I do use heights to get stuff above, but valves and water buffers don't tend to use a lot of. But then again, it's been a while since I've made a very vertical fluid-based factory, I think. No problems, Croy. Thanks for popping by. The super reliable fluid physics handling of Satisfactory, yes. Okay. Pipeline engineering Mark II. What do we need? Ooh. Luckily, doggos have given me heavy modular frames yet, so I think I've got 50 spare. And we should have plastic and rubber, but that's going to chew through. Ooh. Maybe we use little pumps for now. Water buffer are nice to minimize sloshing, but valves, never heard of them. I don't even use the buffers to minimize sloshing. As long as I'm feeding stuff from above, I don't tend to have sloshing problems. Do I want to... I just pulled apart my old plastics factory. I think we're committed to using the crappy pumps for now. Although hopefully within an hour we'll have enough plastic churning out that making 1,000 to make Mark II pipes will be no problem. Or I could just buy some in the awesome shop with tokens. Never made a pressure tower correct yet. I recently realised how useful elevators are. I have seen some very hacky water towers, but interestingly, I was updating my coal architecture earlier, and I realised the pumps on these don't have enough head lift. These pipes here are 22 meters above, so my coal system is actually like borderline not working. So yes, I would like those better pumps. Put that away. Nope. Missed. I haven't bought anything in the shop yet, but I also have a ridiculous amount of tickets given what stage of the game I'm at. I have pretty much bought everything outside of statues from the shop. And I think I have over 100 tickets because I've been taking my sweet time and pretty much sink any overflow. Of course, it's not going to make it that far. Again, I will rerun this pipe later on in a neater form. That actually doesn't look too far, but I think we're going to need maybe 3, maybe 4 pumps. And as I said, it has been quite a while since I've made a tall build like this with fluids. Trying to remember where the water comes in. Ah, it comes in from here. Water. So water is the middle one. Not a floor hole. What? Thank you. How interesting, that spacing of the hole is slightly different. Do you wonder when the reroute will happen? When the game is finished? Hey! How did I get the bronze glossy? That's an unlock in the awesome shop. That should come around the corner. Let's go straight mode. Where's straight mode? Yep, so once you've unlocked it in the awesome shop, you get these nice finishes here. Although I find the chrome is a bit too bright and the carbon steel's a bit too dark. And Caterium's a bit too gold. So right now I'm running with copper pipes. Lego Logan, I am back for my daily dose of Satisfactory Vertigo. Hey, I don't have a bag and I'm fine. Never did see the gloss in the shop. Yes, Dimitri, depending on when you looked, it was added in, was it 1.0 or 1.1? I think it was 1.0. I think it was added in 1.0, which, depending on how long you've been playing, wasn't that long ago. So this is probably going to be totally problematic as far as water throughput. I should probably take it up to a water tower and then feed it back down. But it's not like it's running my power plant or anything, so... Oh wow, that fitted. That's the wrong one. I was about to feed the water into, I think, the oil. Or possibly the fuel. That's actually the fuel line. All fuel issues are solved by pumps. Just put more of them. Not exactly. The game doesn't actually have a pressure system. It has head lift and it has sloshing. Pumps certainly help with adding head lift and can reset head lift. I didn't leave enough room for a pump horizontally. I took pumps off the menu, didn't I? Because they are under... yeah. No. I do want it that way. I want to rotate it around. That'll do. Makes more sense. Played 1.1, but that was with some friends that rushed through the game and burnout. Right. You've had a few restarts and working on your own file now. Yes. Okay, so this should give me an indicator of where the head lift ends, except I don't know if there's a range on it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so no, that's where this head lift ends. Didn't they solve some of the issues with fluids recently? I think they've supposedly fixed fluid holes, because holes were buggy. There's also theories that see how this pipe is connected to the outer part of this junction here. But if you look at this one, this actually goes all the way to the middle. So Bits, who's got a lot more hours than me, reckons you should always delete those and attach them to the outer part of the junction. And he reckons that reduces the effective length of them. Get them on to turn off the sloshing. Oh, okay. That pump should have enough head lift, and that's going through there, but there's nothing coming into this pipe yet. Great, now the pump has stopped. Yeah. He also said to replace them into a pump as well. Although that just made it worse. It's possible I don't have enough head lift from the lift down below to actually get it up to this point though. I may need a pump further down here. Or even below. Just add more pumps, you say? It did, because there was water up here before I replaced the pipes. But the pipe did go all the way through. Ah, there we go. Now it's working. So really need those Mark II pumps. But we do have water. Hooray! Oh, missed. I hate that. We now have a power pole on the roof. Head lift, the bane of all vertical builds. Yep. Just finished a 250 gigawatt power plant just so I don't have to care about pumps anymore. Nice. Is that a rocket fuel power station? I am totally going to blow my power grid, I just know it. I do have like 4 power storage units on this grid, so that might buy me about 10 seconds. Yeah, add batteries. Well, the batteries will buy me a bit of time. And actually, the only reason I built the batteries earlier today because I accidentally tripped my grid by accidentally cutting power to my water generators for my coal. And you would not believe how fast a 200% overclock coal generator sucks through its water supply. So I needed some power storage such that I could use that geothermal generator there to charge them enough to let me boot start it again. Yeah, I've always avoided nuclear, and I've always done rocket fuel and turbo fuel instead. So this playthrough, I'm trying to avoid fuel, but nuclear is a long way away. But I might have to go out to the desert and just build a ton of coal power out there, just to get me at least through the next few phases. Okay, so is the water going into the right machine? Yes, that's useful, which means there's actually packaged water that would be in here now. Yes. Wow, we nearly got fuel generated. 100 gigawatt coal and rocket. Coal to nuclear, good luck. Hey, if that guy, I can't remember his name, sorry, but there was a guy who did a swamp only playthrough and he had nothing but coal generators. If he can do it by just mining animals, then how hard can it be? I think this was a normal, this was the pure. You know, normal node is probably plenty for now. Already have a bunch mostly nuclear pasta. Don't plan to go nuclear until they get all oil plants converted to rocket fuel. Yeah, you won't need nuclear once you have all plants going to rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is OP. It's easy and OP. Oh no! This is one of the spots where it's not aligned to the 5 degrees I want. And that one probably isn't either. Guess we're not aligning it to that upstairs then. And the grid is also... Oh no, the grid is aligned. Okay. You transition from coal to nuclear or just a million... Yeah, I will have a lot of batteries by then. I'm also getting as many geothermals powers as I can. 600 fuel gens in a big wing structure, kind of looking like a big radiator. Cool. Come on, rotate just one more, thank you. Now, oil was the lower one. which is this one here. I should double check that before I start pumping stuff into them. Yes, it is. Cleared out, you can start up with just coal just due to the sheer amount of stuff that needs to work to make the fuel. Starting it in phases of difficult since one nuclear plant is really not making all that much. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely do it in phases, but even if it's like 4 plants at a time, maybe like that would work. Okay, so that bottom one is how high that bottom pumps to, which is not very high. And that's how high the second one pumps to. So when they're close enough, you can actually see what they're doing. Maybe I should make some normal fuel just to give a zippier vertical boost. I think it's 20 meters. Yeah, 20 meters for Mark 1. I think Mark 2 is 50. Tell you what though, rocket fuel being a gas makes it much easier. Okay, so theoretically, is oil pumping? It is, but we need a T intersection there, so it'll pump both ways. Which is going to clash with that pipe there. Don't mind me, just going around. Dope. Doing the pass it on event was interesting challenges for frame rate. And for the most part, it was actually pretty good in VR. But there were a few builds, you look at them and then suddenly... The train, the one with the... That was DB Mirads, I think, that made the cursed trains. That one actually wasn't too bad FPS-wise. Okay, so we're making fuel. Yay! Now I just realized I probably need a pump here for the fuel going out, which I should have put in the blueprint. Just rotate. Not that it needs to go far, because it's only to that height and then it feeds in down further down. Packages, diluted fuel packaged. Yes, yes, this is the diluted fuel packaged recipe. We've only just unlocked tier phase 3, which is tier 5 and 6. So we've only just got refineries. We do not have blenders yet. So we have diluted packaged fuel with a unpackager to unpackage the packaged fuel and turn it into liquid. And then the empty canisters come into this packager, which packages the water, which then feeds into here. So this circle of 2 packages and a refinery is the same as 1 blender with diluted packaged fuel. Now, where is a power pole? Oh, okay. We haven't broken anything yet. Gotta love geothermal power. I need more storage. How much power do these generate? Take 30 megawatts. I guess I haven't got too many of them yet. I also haven't got stuff down here wired up fully. Actually, I forgot my seed rubber. We haven't connected the fuel pipe either. Which city? The one over there or the one over there? The power production versus blender on that setup? That's a good question. I mean, the amount of diluted fuel is the same, but maybe the blender would use more fuel. That over there is my steel factory. And that's my basic produce factory up there. And now I'm making this huge eyesore. Okay, now I forgot to put in the blueprint a little bit of seed rubber to get the whole recycling going. What do I need to put it in? You actually only need 6, just 6 rubber. We'll set the whole recycling thing going. Because basically this one turns 30 rubber into 60 plastic. This turns 30 plastic into 60 rubber, and this one turns 30 plastic into, no, the other way around. You get 90 out at the end. Basically there's smart splitters under here, if I've connected them right. And the smart splitters feed into the recycling, so the only thing that comes out the end is the actual final product, except because I put them in the end machine, I put them in the wrong one and it just spat it out instead. Just not going to work. I should be able to preload these in the blueprint. Okay, rubber to plastic. Rubber to plastic. Plastic to rubber. Unless I messed up my smart splitters. I messed up my smart splitters. Why is there a All right, the connector pipes are still there. It is recycling. It is recycling. You put in stuff and you get stuff out. But apparently I stuffed it up. I made a prototype earlier and that one worked. And I've done it before and that one worked. I just forgot, obviously, to set my smart splitters up, which is the key thing that makes this all work. Okay, so this has rubber in. So this smart splitter needs to have rubber. I wondered why it was spitting out product before it was meant to. This one is also rubber. And if you want the blueprint to make lots of rubber instead of lots of plastic, you just change the middle one to the reverse recipe. And this has to be plastic. And let's put in $19. That's not a very good number. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So you just need a little bit to kick it off and then the whole thing will produce it. It is a mixed belt, yes. So all the rubber and plastic output is this side. So all the rubber and all the plastic producers comes down here and then runs down this side here. And then it all runs down here and then it sushi sorts all the rubber and plastic into the right machines. So basically it will just self-load rubber and plastic until they're all full. And then once they're all full, all the overflow comes out this end, which will be 90 plastic per minute. So let's try that again. No. Oh, difference. So yes, recycling magic. The output will just output all the overflow, which is the plastic we want to keep. But it will all go to sorting and awesome sync. But the only output it should generate is plastic. Now, theoretically, there might be some residual rubber that might sneak through, so you do need to sort the output. But in my testing, like normally I will have like 7 refineries in a row and I'll have like 3 rubber and a whole pile of plastic, and I'll get mixed plastic and rubber out the other end kind of thing. I'll do a 50-50 mix and I'll get out rubber and plastic at the end. But this time I'm cutting it down to its minimum, and its minimum is 3 refiners, or you could have 2 and just overclock one to 200%. Yeah, I've got, hang on, I'll switch to my PC and show you the planner. Just a sec. So there's a rubber one and a plastic one. I think the rubber one was better laid out. So fuel comes into all 3 refineries. The 30 here plus 30 rubber gets turned into 60 plastic. This times 2 generates 120 rubber, and then with smart splitters, you feed 30 rubber back in, and you get 90 rubber out. So that's the rubber version, and then the plastic version is the same. That kind of, let me just move it around a bit. Oops, go away. So it's like that. So 30 plastic to start with becomes 60 rubber, 60 rubber becomes 120 plastic, 30 feeds back in, and the other 190 gets output. So that's what we're doing. I am phase 3. I have only just unlocked refiners. But I use sushi quite a lot for factory outputs. Like my basics factory has like all the products, all 7 different products I think are being made. All come down to a sorting facility that then sorts them into the separate things with the overflow going through. So sushi is, it's not balanced sushi. It's not perfect balanced sushi. That's another complete level. Recycled rubber and recycled plastic is the most efficient. So if you're using the basic recipes, 120 oil will make 60 plastic or 60 rubber. Using this combination of diluted fuel, the purple stuff, what's the purple stuff called? Heavy oil residue, there's a heavy oil residue alt recipe, and the recycled rubber and plastic, 33 oil makes 60 plastic or rubber. So it's a 6 times more efficient setup. Now the thing is, this whole production only makes 180 plastic a minute, so it's not a huge amount in late game. Oh yeah, power would be helpful. But I have sort of designed this such that I can make several floors of the factory later on, and I can scale upwards. You can, yes, you can use the polymer resin to make even more, yes. I've been lazy. Oh, that's a point. I'm not sinking the resin, so this whole thing is going to grind to a halt. I have an output here for the resin. So the output here is the plastic, output here is the resin. No, it's actually the resin's in the earlier phase. This is the resin here. So yes, I do need to sink that somewhere. Whoa, whoa, sailed off the edge. Yeah, see, this one's already frozen because the resin hasn't been sunk. And I hadn't actually got around to planning where I'm going to stick a sink, so I'm just going to chuck a temporary one. Just so things don't get gummed up. Not at all. Part of the reason I do these videos is I like sharing my setups. I can share images of the designer setup if you want, or you can probably just freeze frame the video and look at it. This is where having another blueprint that's flipped would be useful, so the resin goes the same way as the other resin. Let's bring it to about here. Oops, not lock. Rotate. Oops. You got the gist of it? Cool. I've always liked the recycled rubber plastic loop. It's always been fun to make. This is the first time I've diluted it down to a single blueprint that I can just repeat as a discrete makes a single product thing. Sync is special. Always interesting to see other designs, so tend to make the products for the final product, but the pitfall is if you need a total redesign to scale it. Yeah, I usually try and make something that I can at least double if I want more. So, but now now my playstyle tends to be making like a discrete blueprint. So in my steel factory there, I've got a discrete blueprint that makes 10 motors a minute, I think, and so I've just stacked 2 of those on top of each other to make 20. And if I wanted to make, you know, more, I could just stack even more blueprints on top of each other. Now this, so I could merge all the plastic and rubber onto one, but I think I'm gonna keep them discrete, and I will bring this out. Oh, it's gonna mess with my staircase though. Okay. Maybe I should keep a merger here. That's not a merger. Just finished a fuse modular frame factory. Honestly, I'm tired of refineries. Exactly. I don't like refineries. Yeah, currently we have the speed for the merger, but I have run into problems on other builds when I have a lot more that it's too much for the belts. But that's when I'm basically, you know, when you're trying to do, when you have a big line of these refineries and you don't break it into 3s, because basically the throughput of this belt is twice the throughput of the actual output. So at least breaking it down into this segment and this segment will make it efficient enough. See, this isn't even coming, is this even on? What have I missed? No, this is on. Okay, just still hasn't saturated. Basically, these need to be full before the overflow will then pass through. But then this overflow will then start helping fill that line up as well. Yeah, especially when you're dealing with stuff like plastic and rubber throughput, which tends to be pretty high. Yeah, it is very easy to have too much, especially in a recycling setup where it's double throughput. So that's the thing. I'm going to get nothing out here until all these machines are running full capacity. But this will only be 180. So if I do 180 per floor, that's easy enough for a Mark III. I mean, I've got Mark IVs unlocked, but Mark IIIs are nice and cheap, and they look better, in my opinion. Duplicates for everything, just annoyed at looking at them. Yes. That's why I've tried to have some interesting architecture built into this blueprint rather than just doing slabs of machines. But yeah, once you have a good blueprint, it is really nice to keep. So here, theoretically, we'll get plastic out. Not rubber, because this should be a plastic only, but we should filter it just in case. Actually, let's put that off the main walkthrough. We have plastic. Oh, don't copy that. Pardon me. Ah, Come on. There we go. That's all going to go into the sink until I set up storage. Should add a power knob, automatic connect between blueprints. Ah, right, yes, auto connect power would be good. I'm going to set up storage now. This, again, just chucking down storage in a non-permanent spot. Where's those little conveyor counters? There it is. Oh, I need crystal oscillators. Oh, I suppose it would come through in bursts still, wouldn't it? Okay, the resin is properly running out. I don't have any oscillator. Don't have an oscillator factory because they take manufacturers to build. And I've only just unlocked manufacturers. So all my crystal oscillators early game were originally from doggos, which was useful. Well, it's interesting because my beginner factory, I decided to use signs that used crystal oscillators. So I was solely reliant on the odd crash site and what the doggos delivered. And the doggos gave me a lot of crystal oscillators. I was never really short of them. But now at least I can handcraft them. So let's see if we're getting the full up. Okay, that was quick. Doggo be a crystal deal early. Yeah, Doggo gave me lost a crystal and nuclear explosive novelisks. And every now and again he'll give me one rifle ammo and it's like, thanks, dog. I think it should be 180 total. Oh, look at all that plastic flowing in. I am happy that it actually is working. I'm happy that my power grid has not collapsed yet. What happened to my power grid? That was smooth earlier. Well, at least on average, I'm not using more power than I'm generating. Yeah, well, I was fiddling with my coal support before, and I did rewire and rebalance them. I thought they were all fixed up. I guess while that's running, I'll do a quick tour here. This was floating platforms earlier today, but off stream I did a lot of tidying up and put some proper architecture and walkway and things down. These were overclocked higher than they needed to be though, and now I've tuned them to be balanced, because this is 4 coal generators at 200%, so they're taking 90 water each. So 2 is 180. So with 2 pumps doing 180 each, that should be the right amount of water. But it has been struggling on and off, but it was perfectly smooth when we looked at it earlier on, but now it's not. But one thing I did notice while doing my architecture update is my head lift is wrong this whole time. So maybe I've been compensating by pumping more water than I needed for the head lift not being enough. So this is probably causing a slowdown in water through the central tube here. It was perfectly smooth when I had the generators cranked up high. Yes, overclocking for aesthetics, absolutely. Part of my goal with this build is to minimize space. Yes, there are entrances that I added today, except there's not much back here. So all these wall supports I added in just earlier. So this was a floating platform earlier today, but I finally pulled my finger out and started putting some actual supports down and some nice entryway. But this is what I was building just earlier when basically I had, when I was converting from old style power supplies to this setup here, I accidentally cut the wire that was powering all the water generators. And so all of these just went flatline, no power. And so I had to kickstart them using my geothermal power. So out here I have geothermal power that is in the middle there. And there's a power line that runs from there along. You can kind of see the beam under the water there. So there's a power line that runs under there. And so both the coal power plant and the geothermal power plant come to this point. And I've set up this switch. This was kind of around the corner before, but it was a lot messier before and not very useful. But now I've set it up. So this is the, oops, don't actually switch it. This is the geo power, so I can isolate the geo power from everything else. This is the coal power, so I can isolate that if need be. And then this is the entire rest of all the factories that are actually sucking the power. So if I want to turn off all the factories, I just flick that switch, and the only things on the grid are the coal power and the geo. So what I did was I turned off the coal power, I just had the geo on until the batteries charged. And then once they were charged, I turned back the coal, which was basically the batteries smoothed it over enough to get all the water generators to pump fast enough. But as you can see, it's not very even. It's manifold coal. It's not a coal supply thing. It is a water supply thing, which typically it is with coal. At least as far as I know, 100 coal, 100 coal. And these are manifold from the middle. So the coal feeds down from a couple of coal miners up there. So there's 2 coal mines there which come feed in here, and half of it goes to that set of generators and half goes to that set of generators, and it is manifold the entire way down. So if there was a coal supply problem, this one up the end would be starving. But it has 100 coal and not enough water, so it is definitely a water issue. And I'm hoping it's just a head lift problem, because this was all working fine. But basically I had these cranked up to mid here, but because they were generating more water than was needed, they were cutting out and winding down and up and down. So I tried to balance it more full me, and this is what I get. Oh, thanks very much, Logan. Logan. Yes, priority switches later on would be good. Haven't quite unlocked those yet, because I think you need computers or circuit boards, which I've only just kind of done. Yep. Through here is the Steelworks. Actually, before I get too far, I need to get rubber rolling, because I need to get the Mark II pumps. I need lots of rubber as well. But what I'll do is I'll switch one of these over to making rubber, so we get some plastic and some rubber. And then I can while that's producing, I can show you inside the Steelworks. I wasn't going to make excess rubber on this side, but I might as well set this up first. I'm out of fluctuators. Keep it stupid simple. When using vertical pipe junctions, there's some priority. Yes. With horizontal junctions. Okay, it's possible. But again, it was working fine. Why are these ones yellow? Fuel shortage. What have I done? But I was going to change. Hang on, I need to. Change this to plastic. Did I get my fuel math wrong, or is some of my fuel not generating? 30 per minute, which is 180 total. This is producing 60 per minute, which should be times 3 is 180. 60, 60. These are yellow. Something's going on over here, maybe? Okay, this is not working. What are we missing? Packaged water? Canisters missing? Where are my canisters? There. Ah, fuel output is blocked. Oh, remember we were talking about pumps before? I didn't put one on here. That's what's wrong. Did I put a pump on both of the other ones? Hang on, that's water. Hang on, what? That's water? Are these touching and therefore corrupting each other? Why is it filling with water? I mean, it says it's fuel there. I'm confused. You did not believe in your advice and now you are putting pumps on everything. Touche. Yeah, these, I'm wondering if these pipes are, I don't know, some of the logic in this game. I also said I haven't done a big build like this with lots of fluids in a vertical setup before in a long time, so... Okay, that is now flowing better. Yeah, it is supposed to be fuel, but when I looked at the bit of pipe, it said water. That's what had me puzzled. It's fuel now, and that's water, but when I looked at this before, it said water. Yes, yeah, the visual indicator is very cool. Okay, so that theoretically should be producing more fuel now. Down here, have we flushed out our rubber? Yes. So now we can change this one to recycled rubber. Fuel, what are you talking about? I can go back in the video footage. I'm pretty sure it said water. Okay. I'm kind of glad I left a bit of gap here. It's not much gap. That was the rubber that got flushed, I think. Hey, we're getting rubber through. Hopefully that's intentional. Okay, so this is going to drop down to 80, and eventually we should get... Sorry, 60? I think these should be 60 each now. Hang on. 90 each. 90 each? I guess we'll find out. Fuel lighting. Okay. If each one is producing in excess of 90, then we should be getting 90 through of each. Once it's all balanced and leveled out again. What are you doing here? Hang on, the fuel pipe is full. Oh, that would do it. That would do it. Whoops. Thought I was missing something. Helps if the pipe is actually connected. Ain't got no gas. Well, ain't connected at all. Doesn't matter what it's got in it if it's not actually connected. That's better. Okay, so lovely pipe work here. That fuel seems to be pumping. These lights are green again. Hooray! So maybe that was actually fine, and it's just that the pipe was full because the pipe was full. Almost. It's getting there. It's building in efficiency. Okay. I think it's going to sort itself out now. We just need to wait for 1,000 plastic and 1,000 rubber so that we can unlock Mark II pipes, and that will hopefully fix our power problem once we upgrade those pumps. Look, it's smooth again. It's sorted itself out. I don't know what's going on, but I do know that the head lift is a bit low on them. So I do want to prioritize getting Mark II pipes. Do you want to have a look in the Steelworks while we're waiting? Alternatively, I can make start on the second wing with the rubber. That'll just be more of the same, and we'll just let this bed down and wait until it's all sorted out. See, all this is looking good now. Oh, yellow light. So there is a little half-built factory here that I need to sort of finish putting some walls on, and this is where the steel bars are made, and also iron bars. So because I hate smelters, I'm using iron alloy recipe here. There's a little bit of copper that is just trickling down, and so these foundries are chunking out 75 iron per minute, and a lot of that is going into these, which is making the steel, which is then providing all the steel for the steel factory down the way. So yeah, do need to finish architecture here. So the iron and steel kind of flow under the factory, under there. If you look under here, they're all flowing that way to the other factory.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, I'm going to take a short break in here, and then after the break I'll show you around in this factory, and then we'll head back and hopefully pick up a whole pile of rubber and plastic and unlock the next pumps. Once my browser with the control panel finishes loading. Twitch dashboard has been very slow loading tonight. Almost there. Come on. Nice, there we go. Back in 3 minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
No, 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 no. Wrong one. Hello. Okay, so apparently, because I multi-stream to Twitch and to YouTube, apparently my YouTube stream completely dropped out and OBS didn't pick up on it and kept saying, no, it's all fine, it's all fine, I'm totally streaming to YouTube. And YouTube was apparently not streaming. So apologies to any YouTube people who were watching and their stream suddenly vanished. You've missed a whole chunk of stuff. But that's okay, we're now back online. You might have to wait for the edited version to find out what you missed. All that exciting gossip we had with pipes not working and things like that. Anyway, we were just having a quick look around my steel factory. So this is kind of the office foyer section of the steel factory with the output of this factory. So behind each of these is a container with all the products, and then attached to that container is a dimensional depot. So all of this stuff is also available through dimensional depot. But sometimes I'll jump down here and I'll just fill up on beams or pipes because I tend to go through a lot of those. So this is the front room. So there's different wings to this factory here.
Lamathevi just followed you. Thanks for the follow, Lamathevi, and welcome to the channel.
Lamathevi, or is it Lamathev6? Thank you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. So this here is a blueprint factory that is making encased beams using, I think it's using Meltonite recipe. This, I don't think, was a dedicated blueprint. It was sort of a modified blueprint from something else that was making something slightly different. We have our limestone mine there. In the middle section of the factory here, we have good old beams and pipes. So we have some vertical manifolds here. Here's our steel ingots coming up. So we have pipes being made on the left, because some of those pipes feed across to the encased beams factory over there. And over here we have two hole assemblers making beams, which are pretty much just used for going into the depot for building. They don't go to any other part of the factory. And then over this section we have some more blueprint factories. This one here is one making stators. Can't remember, I think it was 20 per minute stators from this blueprint here. And then up the back here we have another blueprint factory that is making motors, and we have two of those, so this combined together is making 20 motors per minute. So like the functional part of it I think took 2 stream sessions, and then the architecture part of it took another 3 sessions. Because that's the bit that I'm still trying to figure out how to do. All overflow goes to an awesome sink. So down below there's a sorting system where all the output comes out. So out here, this one has basically, on the output here, you see each of the outputs from each of the sections. So there's stators and motors coming down here. Beams are coming down there. Pipes down there. And we have the encased beams over there. And they basically all get merged onto a sushi belt that goes past all those storage containers that then gets put into the depot, and any overflow goes into the sink. So hopefully we have enough rubber now. We are working on a new plastics and rubber factory, again using blueprints, using the recycled plastic and recycled rubber recipe, along with diluted fuel and the purple stuff. So 4 alternate recipes that together make plastic and rubber 6 times more efficient than the base recipes would normally let you make it, just by adding water. This was supposed to be just plastics, but we've run into some pump problems. Oh, look at that. 90 each. It's nicely balanced out now. We turned half of it. Basically, there's each blueprint here is making 90 output of plastic or rubber, and these were supposed to be both plastic, but we've reconfigured it so that we get some rubber output, because we need 1,000 rubber in order to unlock Mark II pipes and pumps, which 2, 4, 6, 8, 1,000. Done. 2, 4, 6, 8, 1,000. That's enough plastics. Now, we couldn't build a depot before because hiding up the back here, we had a little temporary factory down here that I haven't cleaned up the mess of. So we'll just get all that stuff to get all our depots, our mesospheres back. And we're not actually using that node there yet. And was that a crate below me? Damn it, there's a crate below me. It's going full plastic and rubber, man. Okay. This is just a temporary area for the sink, and that and some of the power wiring and that is temporary at the moment. But hopefully we won't move the fuel and plastic production as such. I'm pretty happy with how that blueprint came out, and now that we've ironed a few kinks out, like completely missing a few pipes, that seems to be behaving itself. Now I'm going to change this back to be making plastic only. So the way we do that is the smart splitter at the back here. We change that from plastic to rubber. Then we wait a cycle for the plastic to vanish. Then we change this recycled rubber back to recycled plastic. And just like that. Did that drop another capsule of junk because I overloaded? I don't know. That's loading pretty fast based on the rubber production from the rest of it, so I don't think I need to bother updating that. So that will now change this so that this wing of the factory is making 180 plastic per minute. So these numbers, which were 9090, should change to be 180 just by changing that one refinery. Okay, to unlock, I need to go back to the hub. So let's head back to base. I'm assuming you can all hear me fine, given we had a few technical problems. I haven't got my mic muted. No, I don't. I'm going to try blowing up that rock again, because there was a rock the other side that we actually did manage to blow up. I thought these ones were impervious, because they are not pretty. Oh, look at that. Sorry, Bean, if I startled you. Oops. Here we have our lizard doggos hanging out in their water fun park. Still need to add some slides. Oh, and I'm full of junk, so I can't pick up stuff off them. Now we haven't made any heavy modular frames yet. The only heavy modular frames are ones we picked up from crash sites and that doggos have delivered, but we have enough. Any other junk we can put back in here? Circuit boards don't need. And computers, we do not need any more. Actually, we do need computers because if I ever want to plonk down a Blueprint Mark II, that's what they need. And that's what I need some frames on me for. Should remember that. Whoa! Ha! That's a Easter egg.
Milestone reached. Pipelines and pipeline pumps can now be upgraded to Mark II. They are like Mark I, but better. Pipes seem to be objects of fascination to humans. In fact, there are recorded instances of humans doing nothing but thinking about pipes for hours.
I have been thinking about pipes for hours. Thank you, Ada. What am I doing that for? Okay, now that we've got inventory space, let's talk to the doggos. George with the computers, you're a couple of hours late, mate. I could have done with them earlier. Where's Scratch? I think Scratch is the last one. Hey, Scratch. Ooh, Nobelisks. I am actually running low on packaged liquid fuel. It's a good thing I noticed that now rather than as I was flying through the air. I'm going to keep those heavy frames on me because I'm going to need them. So let's chuck some plastic in here. And some alien bits. And some blue slugs. Sure, that one as well. Okay, that'll do me for now. Basically, I need to put plastic in the recycling because the plastic is used along with the solid biofuel to make my packaged liquid biofuel, which I need for getting around easily. Okay, that'll do. I think that's all I need. Let's go double this. Actually, let's go back and see if we can rescue our coal power stability. Yeah, that is not a healthy line. I am hoping it is a head lift issue because I tried to balance my water throughput. Okay, these, how much power do these chew? Doesn't really say, does it? Okay, so this has head lift 22 and this is only 20. So I'm hoping, oh, do I need to have the materials to actually make them? That would be useful to figure out. Yeah, that's what I want. You know, if I just sample that. Heavy frames, motors, and plastic. Cool, I can. Which is going to kill these 4 generators until I whack a new one on. Oops, we're defaulting to chrome apparently. Sorry, copper? Yeah. Head lift. Oh, look, it's saying head lift is 23 now. Interesting. Yep, but yes, 50. So the Mark 1s are 20, the Mark 2s are 50. So it's like 250% better. I'm hoping this makes my water situation more balanced. We shall see. Pity you can't just replace a pump with a new pump. Dimitri 3, 8 megawatts per pump, says the wiki. Is that for Mark 1 or Mark 2? Mark 2s, okay. Is it 4 for the Mark 1s? Yes, cool, okay. So when I replace my 3 pumps with 1 Mark II pump, it should be more efficient. I might still need 2 Mark II pumps for the plastics factory. You know, if I started from that end, I wouldn't have to turn around every time to copy it. I mean, these 180, okay, so if I check, I could merge these together and use a single Mark II pipe going up instead of what I've got here currently. Then I could actually reduce the pumps back down again. I'd halve the number of pumps. But I kind of like how this layout looks, so I'm not really doing a big pipe change. Yeah, this looks cooler, I think, and is more true to the original design. And I just noticed that's missing a chunk. And an extra few 8 megawatts here and there is not going to make much of a difference. Oops. Actually, I really should redo the whole pipe, which means it's going to do it in the other material, isn't it? Actually, it didn't because I copied the pipe. Cool. Okay, so theoretically, that will solve my head lift problems. Whether it solves all sloshing and throughput problems is yet to be seen. And it'll probably take time to settle down. Actually, what might be good to do is turn off one generator in each set so that the pipes are full. And then once the pipes are full, turn it on. I have seen that as a recommendation that some people like to state a lot, is over provide your water until everything is full, at full capacity, and then turn everything on. I'm going to sit down on my stool for a bit and give my feet a bit of a rest. I'm just going to get a bit shorter.
Azure Wren has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
Just a sec, I'm resetting my boundary. Okay, you want me to have a drink? Sure, thank you for the hydrate request. Probably a buffer above. Yes, I could put a buffer above the generators, but that would be ugly. Unless I make a nice stylistic water tower next to them. Okay. Okay, so this appears to be full. That's the thing, that pipe only has 10 meters cubed in it, and these are chewing through 90 a minute. But the buffer would be above the generators, so it would be up there. Well, is that what you mean? Because I don't think putting a water buffer below is going to help much. So now that I have... I could have probably bumped these up to 250%, but that's going to make my water stress even a bit more dicey. Mark II pipes would work for 250 overclock. Oh yeah, the Mark II pipes would actually give us more capacity, more throughput per pipe, which might help. If we made the main pipes Mark II, I don't know if that actually increases capacity though. But yes, Mark II pipes would help us overclock more. I'm just wondering if they'd improve the current fluctuations we're seeing or not. See, theoretically, why is that red? Just putting a bit of pipe directly above it would give it a vertical buffer. Improve slosh too, since they are overkill for yes, yes. But I'm thinking it might be worth just upgrading the Mark II. Well, we've upgraded the pumps and we've filled the pipes. I'm going to leave them as is for now and come back to them later on. And we'll see if they're still having issues or not. It's just frustrating because if I crank the water generators to be higher, it will be smoother, but then it won't be as the actual power usage will be uneven because the generators will keep spinning up and down, up and down, up and down. Now, I kind of want to replicate what I've done on this side over the other side, but in reverse. We're not going to be able to go as far back because of that. I can't blow that up. But there is more room here. I think we could fit more fuel in here rather than having them quite go back as far. So, how much height did we add? So we went up 6 by 4, and then we put 2-meter slabs on top. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 2-meter on top. Yeah, that looks about the same. And that looks like it's matching up to there in height. Yep. Grid consumption can never be stable. I've seen some pretty stable grids. I just accepted that and tried not to care. There are some people who care too much, and I'm trying to make it a bit flatter graph than usual. Yeah, I'm not aiming to achieve perfection, but I'm aiming to be closer to perfection. That's not what I wanted. I wanted 2-meter ones. That's 2-meter. Actually, we did not want that outer one. The middle is here, so 1, 2, that's the outer part, okay. Actually, we ended up making this 6 meters wide just to be confusing, didn't we? Sorry, 6 slabs wide. Yes, we did. But this outside slab is not used. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay, yep. I need to move everything across half a slab. I mean, unless I... Yeah, I do. One, 2, no, not vertical. 3, 4, 5, 6. That said, the outer 6th one wasn't used. It's where the outer pipes were. So this one here is not used. So if we ignore the far one, a slab inconvenience. Ouch. You know, I might have to move that entire factory across half a slab. Drum and a hi-hat emote. I could put that in as a sound sample. Okay. Delete. Blueprint copy. I kind of need to line these up. What I need is I need a reference coming up from the middle of the bottom area here, just to show me what the center point is. Hey, wow, I picked the right center point. So this line here is the edge of the blueprint. I am not going to fit a second one on the back. But I might be able to fit two in here. This middle section, mostly I just need the front, because this will be like a factory front. So we can reuse the back, I think, fine. Except this still isn't... This is... Stupid rock. Apple HQ Park, am I? I'm not familiar with Apple HQ Park. What similarities are there? Just making monoliths everywhere or cutting into the brick everywhere? I am short. Oh, I'm short on canisters. Because I handmade those. Hang on, that's... Oh no, that's fine. It's just lined up there. Yeah, these are going to come to a crunch in the middle. But I can fit two in here, I reckon. Maybe. I just need some more canisters first. Ah, I wondered why I was feeling tired. It's because it's getting late at night here. I've largely been ignoring the times for now, but it is actually 11:45 p.m. So we have hit the tired, sleepy part of the evening, and I've just realized I'm making a lot of canisters very quickly, so I don't need that many. Huh? You can play this game in VR? Yes! And if I had $1 for every time someone said that, I'd have about 15 bucks. You can play Satisfactory in VR. You totally can, and it is awesome. And once you play it, if you're a fan of VR, it is hard to go back to flat. I play better in VR than I do flat now because I've spent so much time in the VR version. I am a little biased though because I am the creator of the VR mod, so I can answer any question you may have about it. 11 p.m. is really good. Or young people maybe. How much space did I leave in the other one? So the refinery was lined up with the edge of the square.
One Roman armor just followed you.
Thank you for the follow, one Roman armor.
Roman armor, and welcome to the channel.
Okay, the edge of that would be there. Was it that close? I'd add more of a gap than that, or have I completely stuffed up the alignment? I reckon I've stuffed up the alignment. Oh. It's way back there. Young at heart. That's a bit more like it. Oh, look, it actually lines up with the edge of the foundation. That would make sense too, wouldn't it? Okay. Am I going to fit? Oh, I'm going to have to deal with that guy, I think. Ah, shot his missile down. Oof. Wow, that's 3 of his I've shot down. 4. Maybe I should be dodging more. This jetpack is a little slow to respond going side to side. I mean, we could do a mutant one sideways in the middle of the back here. Although I think we could fit one along here. I mean, how terrible could the clipping be, really? I knew I'd have this kind of problem up here. Like, it would function. You could argue that the smokestack is actually going through the rock. It's not actually terrible. It's not going into the machine. Could I tolerate it? I am tempted to tolerate it just for symmetry. And I'm going to watch my fuel before I run out of fuel again. But if we stick it here, then there is 0 clipping. And then we can kind of make a more stylized back end corner there. Okay, so if those are the fuel generators, we still need... That's interesting is that there's more space taken up in making the diluted fuel than there is in actually making the plastic and rubber. And if I was not short on power, I would consider just overclocking one of these sets to take up less space. which I might still do later once I've addressed my power shortage. Just realized I did not update my blueprint with... I'm out of concrete. Yes, yeah, I could continue that wall that way and have storage and such in there so that it does actually look like it's part of the building. The concrete factory is just there, so let's run over there and get a little bit of concrete by hand. I need to dump a ton of plastic into my recycling outpost so I can never run out of liquid biofuel. Unless Dippy wants to bring some over. This this was one of the first things I built in this area, and it's still so basic. One of these days I'll stick walls on it and proper architecture. But you know, it's just digging up some concrete and making slabs out of it for me. It's probably a bit further forward than I would hope. I could actually build out to the side at the back there, like have the 3 power across the back, and then the 2 plastic in front. And that's the thing, because it's a blueprint, it's actually not too hard to change the layout. Overclock up to 200% isn't too bad a power drain. 50% more than making 2. That's still 50% more. I might go up to the desert and make a ton of coal power up there just as a backup, or as a boost. Because of the angles here, the back is fatter than the front, so going wider at the back as well as filling in the middle and having a shorter front would possibly be good. Oh, I snapped it and it's not lined up because they're slightly different shaped blueprints. Okay, I also didn't put the merger in this blueprint. That's supposed to go in here. Ah, that's a splitter again. Helps if I copy the right thing. Nope. Oh, come on. I lost count of how many times I've built a build with a splitter instead of a merger and vice versa. Yeah. Yeah. But now we gotta do some pipe laying. It is very fun in VR, especially now that I've finally unlocked the jetpack. I'm a lot more mobile. This is a bit squeezy at the back here, because ideally the wall would be a meter out here. Oops. Except, are those pipes going to clip into all that stuff there? The bottom one will. The top two might. I guess we just make it close at the back here. You can direct replace merger splitters. You can, as long as they're facing in the right direction. I tend to stick with Factorio and Satisfactory, but I'm thinking about giving it a try. Cool. Isn't it against Twitch terms of service to show other stream chats in the stream? Twitch BS, that is. Yes, it is Twitch BS. And I've seen streams where people do it with the Twitch manager sitting in the stream and he doesn't comment. I'm using a multi-chat plugin by a guy named... What's his name? He's an Aussie. Can't remember. Anyway, he's a Twitch streamer. And he's pals with the people at Twitch, and he once got banned for like 2 days or something. Or something that was possibly related to multi-streaming, but didn't sound like it. Nutty, that's the one, yes. Not really my style of personality, but he's a bit entertaining, but he has some good stuff. So yes, I'm using Nutty's multi-chat plugin. Satisfactory is awesome without VR, definitely. Okay, so those pipes are connected. We need to do a good old wrap around all the way around though. Oh, not quite. I mean, I don't mind pipes going through rock. Because it can be argued that you burrowed through the rock to put the pipe there. And I can probably blow that one up. Not there. I'm just going to move away. That was terrible. That was better. There is an edge to this rock that is not visible. Clipping and copium, what a fine drink. I don't mind, you know, clipping that is, you can argue for it. Dope. Why is it not long enough? That's what she said. I'm playing eyeball the height to try and get the right height. This is wild. It is wild. I assume you mean Satisfactory in VR. It is super fun to jetpack around. The position of these is not the same as putting the mount on the wall. I'm going to have to redo the pipes later and tidy them up. I'm not the one to speak about clipping though. My early game builds before they changed clipping rules saw 10 belts stack clipped into themselves for ultra compact builds. Yeah. Like even when I'm making an ultra compact blueprint, I try and be clipping nice. I like the challenge of weaving things in and out to try and get them to be just right. Again, feasible. I mean, I probably will put a wall up there with some holes on it so it looks like it's actually designed to be going through there rather than just sending them straight through there. But again, I'm kind of whacking these pipes on to just get this operational at the moment, and then I'll come back and tidy it all up later. For example, I'm sure I got some of these heights wrong. Yeah, that height is wrong, so I will have to come back through here and tidy up. Now, the water pipe is not the lowest one. And I need oil. And we've got a pure node right there, so we have tons of oil in this area. Probably should put that obelisk away before I blow myself up. Makes it up to the gap. Yeah. Replace 3 pipes with 1. Or 1 pipe with... I want Mark 2 pipes and pump on the node. Yes. Well, even a Mark 1 pipe is enough. I mean, this one's only doing 120. And I'm only using... I haven't actually balanced it yet. But this is 22 and a half. So I'm using basically 67 and a half oil for this. So that 120 will actually do nearly both sides without any overclocking or extra pipes. This is super efficient recipe for plastic and rubber. It's just
incoming propaganda broadcast
a ridiculous
detected.
amount of machines.
Please seek shelter.
Okay. Tell you what, we're got an ad break. I'm going to take the ad break now, and then I will get water and oil pumping into this, and we'll turn it all on and see what happens. So back in 3 minutes after the break, once my Twitch control panel loads. Come on, little dashboard, you can do it. Oh, the Twitch dashboard has been really slow tonight. I need to put I've got a separate dashboard where I create OBS. I need an add mode button over there so I don't have to rely on the Twitch control panel. Here we go, back in 3 minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Damn it. Click, click, click. Let me put that away. Actually, let me put something safer in my hand before I blow myself up. Okay. Let's plug stuff in and get this online. We need water. So whack down 2 water extractors. Again, not much at the moment, but lots of room for expansion later on by building up vertically. I remember how I did the extractor layout last time. I think I rotated this like that. And then I put a wall on each of the diagonals. Then if you hold down the snap button, you can snap an extractor to a wall to get an exact position. And why is that red? Ah, did I nudge the walls out some? I did. I think I nudged them out 4. Should have made note of how I did the last one. Actually, it might be yellow because of a rock? No? I think it's just clipping into the foundation. I think that's what it's complaining about. Not clipping in the roof? No, it wouldn't be. Nope, it's not. I think it was just clipping into the foundation down here. That's what it was just complaining about. And the foundation is only there sort of temporarily while I put everything in place. Maybe I should go curve. I think I went horizontal to vertical on the other side. So this is probably the intended position for these, but I will come through and put fancier power lines in later on. I should try not to fall in the water. Ah, that pole's too full. Hey, I got it on. Now, before we go up, we want room for a pump. probably don't want to come up straight through the train line. Again, temporary pipe just to get everything in place and working. Don't care about clipping at the moment. And the water was this pipe. Pretty sure. Nope. Oh, yes, it did get it correctly. Excellent. Well, that was neater than the other side. And looks like that pump was enough, which I think... Now, the other side we were doing oil as a single pump. Which we can do. Quick and dirty. Now that's... I thought it was 67 per side, I think. 22.5 times 3 times 2, so $135 total. Maybe I should have gone with the pure node to begin with. Oh well. This is the buggiest input text widget I had to deal with. Like, there are dozens and dozens of hooks to add keyboards, and this field here is the most problematic. $1.36? I didn't put a point in there. 1, 3, 5. I mean, I can times it by 100,000. Ooh. This is taking centimeters per cube, not meters cubed. Have I just solved one of the... Oh, no, I didn't. It just reset to 180. But this at 112.5%. Let's try that. Oh, come on. Clear. 112.5. 135. There we go. I'm wondering though if this near field needs a multiplier by 100 or 1,000 to work. Maybe that's the bug that's been plaguing me, and maybe it's only on pumps. Either way, that should be it. So theoretically, we need to connect power up. Where is that going down to, I wonder? Oh, down to there. Squeeze. Missed. Okay, so theoretically we should start getting fuel through that line if I've connected everything else up correctly. Flamin' X-Red, sup? How's it going? Again, theoretically that one pump might be enough to get us to the top. This is Satisfactory 1.1, yes. What we should do is, after doing that, we should check the head lift on the pump and it'll tell us if we've got enough room or not. Head lift 48.3 out of 50. How good is that? I have a couple of other mods to help with streaming. So I have Sky UI for adjusting the time of day. Not that I've really been using it at the moment. But I have that, and I have Fix-It Cam for making videos. Yeah, because I didn't put this pump on the vertical, this one is actually slightly lower than needed. And I also have a mod that skips the warnings when you first load the game. Yes, this is a mod. I'm the mod creator. It uses UEVR to sort of put the game into VR mode, but then there's an in-game mod which gives you hands and full custom VR controls so that you can access all the normal things you would in the flat version, but all in VR. And the mod has been available for quite some time. Okay, we are getting fuel through. This is good. What's the widget used for multi-platform chat? As I was saying before, it's something made by a guy called Nutty. If you look for Nutty on Twitch, you'll probably find his channel. And it's called multi-chat or something like that, but he has a bunch of different plugins and things for OBS, and he has a lot of OBS tutorials and things. So yeah, I've tweaked it a little bit to suit my needs, but it's pretty much the same thing that he's created, and he does updates to it periodically. Yeah, if you search for like Nutty multi-chat, you'll probably find a video of his about it. Yeah, Nutty multi-chat overlay should find it for sure. Okay, so we have 3 blueprints here. 1, 2, 3, making diluted packaged fuel. So we take our crude oil, we turn it into heavy oil residue. I have not sunk the resin, so this thing's going to gum up in a minute. We have 2 packages in the middle here. One packager takes water and turns it into packaged water. Then this turns it into diluted fuel. Then the other packager unpackages the fuel and then outputs the fuel to everywhere else. And then the fuel is used by these two blueprints to make lots of plastic and rubber. And I've just realized I didn't change the blueprint, which means this is going to make lots of plastic instead of lots of rubber. But I can reconfigure this very easily. All I need to do is change this to send plastic. Basically, there's 3 refineries here. 2 make something of recycled, and the other one makes the alternate recycled. So this is more recycled plastic, so I change that to recycled rubber. We'll turn this blueprint into making recycled rubber. How does this mod look if you force to activate without UV injection? The mod works fine. Basically, I wrote a script for UEVR and a profile for UEVR where the mod does absolutely nothing until UEVR activates, and then when UEVR activates, the mod kicks in and takes over and replaces the default UI and controls with the VR UI and controls. So it is completely compatible if you want to switch between playing flat and playing VR. You do not have to uninstall the mod or reinstall it. It can just sit there passively. If you want to play multiplayer, you can put it on a multiplayer server, and it won't affect anyone except for those playing in VR. Okay. Now, as I said, we had output of resin here that is going to cause problems. It's a bit neat to this side to deal with it. 100% going in my next Nexus mod pack. Awesome. You're making Nexus mod packs for Satisfactory? Haven't heard of that one before. I need to get the resin leftovers into the sink over here. And again, this storage and sink setup is very temporary, just to get the whole production lines sort of running, and even the production lines themselves are kind of proof of concept at this stage. But being all blueprints, I can very easily restructure this entire thing very quickly if I need to. It was more of a thought experiment using this mod, disable UEVR injection check and just play flat screen with VR control interface. You still need UEVR to do the controls, because you may not guess you could use a joystick controller because UEVR just emulates a joystick or a gamepad, but that would be, wow. Like, the game natively supports controller support. And you couldn't do it with just a normal game controller because a big part of it is pointing with the VR controllers, and you can't point with just a game controller. So you could do all the button presses on a game controller, but you can't do the actual pointing, which is really the important part. Okay, now I wonder if I have too much stuff going to the sink now. 15 per minute, that's not much. 15 times 3 is 45, times 2 is 90. That should only be 90 into the sink. That should be plenty. Why am I recycling plastic already? Wow, okay, my plastic crate is full. We are producing 180 per minute on this side, which is, I guess, nearly a stack per minute. Okay, I guess I'm upgrading some belt capacities. Again, this is all temporary. Damn, this is going to make more tickets. Nexus is the name of the mod packs that are... Oh, okay. It's not hosted by Nexus. Because there is a site called Nexus Mods that hosts mods and mod packs. That's what I thought you were referring to. Trust me, I thought I was cool thinking of the word Nexus when I made a MUD in the 90s, and then everybody's using the word Nexus now. Heck, there was another Nexus mod shortly after we created ours. I used to be in a Quake clan called Clan Nexus. Okay, well this side is surprisingly working smoothly, although I guess that's not too unexpected given we ironed out all the kinks in the other side. Legos, yes, we had Lego avatars. Got it backward the whole time. I thought the mod hijacked the whole input chain. It just piggybacks. Yeah, it piggybacks the UEVR controller implementation and finds from there. Yes. So UEVR has a Lua script, and the Lua script translates the controller inputs that UEVR generates into events that the Satisfactory in-game mod can then use and interpret as controller events. I wish I had native controller support from within Satisfactory itself, and I am hoping to be able to make a fully native VR version without needing UEVR. It's just when I started making the mod, that was not within my technical capabilities. And it's still not super in my technical capabilities, but I have learned a heck of a lot while making the mod. And I do plan on giving it another bash, because ultimately not relying on UEVR would be the preferred way of running it. And it would let me do other cool things like proper haptic support and capacitive touch, so you can do thumbs up symbols with your controllers and things like that. You know what? I'm just going to merge this, I think. Except this needs to merge over here. Yeah, you would have to more or less reverse engineer your well, the Happy New Year, Frack. How's it going? The Satisfactory modding tools are all basically give you access to Coffee Stain's custom Unreal engines. So it all depends on if I can load the VR mod, the VR plugin in their specific custom Unreal engine, which some people have tried before and not succeeded, but that was a very long time ago. And I don't know how to do it, so that's why I haven't tried. But it's on my list of things to try, and I have some new contacts that I'm hoping can give me some help do it. Nexus, Orion, and Vertex. Yes, many different mod managers, yes. Just finished work, everything's fine now? Well, I've almost finished work here. We are making a pretty large, compared to the rest of the build, plastics and rubber factory, and I am surprised I haven't tricked the power grid out yet. So we have a blueprint here that makes diluted fuel using the packaged diluted fuel recipe. So 3 of those feeds into this blueprint here, which uses recycled plastic and rubber to make either more plastic or more rubber. And this side is making 180 plastic per minute, and this one had a yellow light. Why did it have a yellow light? Low fuel, maybe? And I've just finished throwing down this other side, which is making rubber. And it seems to all be working, which is nice. This stuff in the middle is kind of just temporary dealing with the overflow and storage. There's still a lot of tidying up and cleaning up to do, but functionally, the factory appears to be working as intended. We have room under here for train stations, so we'll have a plastic train and a rubber train. Normally I have like one train just for plastic and rubber together, but I thought I'd see if I can scale up a bit this time and have an entire train just for plastic and one for rubber. And then in the middle I'll put the sort of storage and outputs, typical sort of stuff I put in the middle there. So it's actually come together pretty well. And we've done this entirely in this stream. It's been a long stream. I think it's been over 6 hours from initial conception to blueprint design to scouting out and unlocks and various other things that is not needed. So that is the general layout. I do need to tidy up that middle bit. I think what I will do, not tonight, but another time, is because we've got this middle angle here, I might make this entire section here line up with this base platform, so it's one big middle rectangular section. So the outer sides will angle in, and then the middle will be kind of be centered with the rest of it. First time chat, Charles Farmer, question, how are you using VR in this game? It looks great. It does look great. Well, part of it is I have an expensive graphics card. Thanks to my wife and some savings. Flaming X Red, I use Nexus, Orion and Vertex as names for my mod packs across soon most of the moddable games that I play. The goal is to have a set of mod packs that people can trust are battle tested in every game. Okay, but Nexus and Vertex, aren't they mod installer apps? So, Charles, back to your question. This is a mod. I am the mod author, but lots of other people are using the mod. The mod is for Satisfactory. It's called UEVR Enhancements. It works in conjunction with a little app called UEVR. So this app, UEVR, is made by a very smart person, Praydog, and he has made a tool that will basically take almost any Unreal game and handle the VR graphics and controls in it, or the VR graphics, and it has tracking data. So yes, you're on Twitch, just type !modinfo and it'll give you a link to the mod and further information. There's an install guide there as well. I could possibly move these out a little bit if it wasn't for that rock there. Yep, there you go. I meant mod info, all one word, but that seems to have worked. I had a few aliases for it as well. So yeah, there's a few steps to install different things. You need UEVR, which is the app that Praydog made. You need the profile that goes with the mod for UEVR that tells UEVR how to talk to the game. And then you need the UEVR Enhancements mod, which you install just through the normal Satisfactory mod manager. And that handles all
NG
the custom
Jones
hands
just followed you.
and the
Thanks
custom
for the follow,
controls
NG Jones, and welcome to the channel.
radial menus. NG Jones, thank you very much for the follow. Cool. What sort of VR headset do you have, Charles?
Farmer 01 just followed you.
Oh, thank you for the follow,
Thanks
Charles.
for the follow, Charles Farmer 01, and welcome to the channel.
So yeah, there's lots of info on the link sites. There's some troubleshooting stuff because there are a few common issues that a few people run into. So it can be a little tricky to set up, but other people just jump in and it works fine. Yeah, I made the names of my packs for a few games before a friend pointed out that 2 of them match pre-existing mod launches. Yeah, what are the cool chances of that? Yeah. Okay, so I am going to leave it here. I'm happy to answer some questions as we wrap up, but it is 20 minutes to midnight here on the west coast of Australia. As I said, this has been a productive, long stream where I have set up some decent plastics and rubber production. A lot of work here to do. We need to do train logistics, and we need to do a central collection area, and I might change the layout here a bit, but functionally it's running. Also, let me check my power, because this is the entire power of my save. Well, okay, we have a couple of geothermal generators, I was going to say detonators, that are adding to the power grid, but these are it was 816 coal generators overclocked to 200%, so it's the equivalent of 32 coal generators is my entire power for the save. And I've just built a lot of refineries. Whoa, that's an interesting graph. Okay, I think next session I'm going to be making more power. Hi from North Queensland. Oh, cool, another Aussie. You're up late. So yes, I think I'm going to have to do something about power in the future. I mean, this is okay because these thermal generators have some batteries, a whole 4 of them. I do need to increase my battery capacity. So we're actually okay for power currently, but I can't really build anything else without tripping it. Flying close to the sun there, boy. Yes, totally. Which I knew I probably would be at the end of this session. I'm surprised I didn't go over power. Yes, so I have a MetaQuest 3 headset. I have upgraded my PC this year. I'm now using an ATI. I am new to the AMD CPUs. What are they called? It's a 9800 X3D CPU, which it was recommended as being very good for games and VR. And I recently got a RTX 5080 GPU, which previously, Ryzen, that's the name. So I started work on this mod at the start of 2024, and I was using an RTX 2080 card, and it ran acceptably on that, and there are people who are enjoying playing the mod on lesser cards. I got a hand-me-down 3080 off a friend that I used for probably the last year, and that did better than the 2080, but struggled when streaming. So when streaming, there's extra load on everything, so I was dropping frames, and it was okay, but I was running on medium resolution and it didn't look great. So the 5080 has allowed me to, now I'm running on high resolution in virtual desktop. I did actually pay money. It wasn't a free hand-me-down 3080. It was basically a cheap second-hand 3080. So not a free hand-me-down. So yes, the 5080 Satisfactory, I think, has some internal bottlenecks that make it struggle to get above 70 frames a second. But with the 5080, I can run on mostly ultra settings. Let's have a look. So this is what I've got. I've got ultra. Pretty much everything here is ultra except for clouds, because I don't care too much about clouds. I am using DLSS. Wow, I'm on balance. Whoops, that should be on performance. I have noticed a few some struggling issues, so yes. DLSS, I'm using a DLSS 4 override because DLSS 4 looks so much better than the default DLSS. And so that's my in-game settings there. So it's mostly very good, but I struggle to get above 70 frames a second, and usually it dips down to about 50. So I'm using synchronous space warp in the headset to give me 120, and I target 60. So targeting 60 is good for streaming because the stream is 60. So there'll be a few dropped frames, but other than that, I think it's running pretty well. No, I'm only running the 5080. My wife has inherited the 3080 because she was on a 3060 before. And I have a streaming laptop, which has a 4070 laptop in it. So that's all the streaming. So my main PC is running the game, and it's running my view of chat that pops up in the VR, which is using Open Kneeboard, because I'm doing all this in OpenXR. And it's also running OBS, which is using Transport, I think it's called, a plugin. So it streams the video capture from my PC to my laptop, and then my laptop has OBS with all the OBS stuff and the OBS overlays and all that kind of stuff, and it does all the recording of the different streams. I have a Core Ultra 9 285 with a 5070 Ti laptop. Massive upgrade from playing VR on your old GTX 970. Yeah, that is a big update from a GTX 970. The 3080 PC card was considerably faster than my 4070 laptop. So the 4070 laptop, I don't know if it's thermals or something else, but I definitely agree. The laptops tend to be underpowered. You really need high throughput for VR, and so that really needs a PC game. I mean, a laptop will run it okay. It's just the equivalent or even the older version on PC will be better. Zephyrus G16 2025. Ah, okay. Ah, 2.4 OLED screen. Ooh. Yeah. So that's my setup, and I'm pretty pleased with it at the moment. I keep tweaking settings, but I did some performance settings tweaks around Christmas, and I found that cranking everything up to ultra, I was still getting the same frames a second as medium almost. Yes, my VR mod is available. If you type !mod info, you'll get a link to it, or !mod, there you go. It's actually released sort of mid last year in the first alpha builds, and I hit 1.0 in June, July this year. And 1.0 release was just after 1.2 Satisfactory released. I think it was, no, it was after 1.1, so 1.2 is not out. I did the 1.0 release just after 1.1 Satisfactory came out, and that's when I added the hands feature and the radial menus. So there's a couple of different ways you can do things. The original wrist panels here are the original navigation that I set up at the start, which is still a pretty good way of interacting with things. But the radial menus were added for the 1.0 release, and they're really good in VR for quickly accessing things. Yes, glad I got it before the RAM crisis. Glad I got the graphics card before the RAM crisis, because graphics cards prices are already starting to rise, and I reckon next year graphics cards are going to be crazy. Like, I wanted a 60 series or a 5080 Super or Ti, but there was no sign of a 5080 Super or Ti on the horizon, so I gave up and I bought a 5080, and it's a good card. Like the look of this. I want to try it out and possibly Steam or stream. I would love to have more people streaming. There are a couple of other people who stream this Satisfactory in VR, including even Pobcac, who's a very prominent Satisfactory community person. He's started streaming in VR, and he's hugely enthusiastic. He actually bought a headset just to play Satisfactory in VR. 5090 next. Yeah, well, 5090 is a bit out of my price range. It would have been nice. Well, I would have needed a power grid upgrade at home, perhaps. Okay, so I've got 64 tickets on me. I have plenty of tickets. Trying to get good computer parts in Australia is already a pain in the ass. Now we have more costs. Yep. I do stream and got your affiliate last year. Oh, congratulations! I've just passed my 1 year affiliate anniversary in December. Come on, Prince. Thank you. No, I'm not using a capture card. I'm using OBS on the game PC using, I think it's called Teleport. So basically OBS on the game PC is capturing the video and encoding it and streaming it over the network. I did used to use a capture card, but it was a cheap and nasty one, and I kept getting shimmering and screen tearing, so I decided to give OBS teleport. So it is probably impacting my frames per second a little bit, but it actually works pretty good. And I was doing that back on the 3080 card. I was using the teleport. Okay, so I think I'm just... Did I talk to all the doggos? I think I did. I think I did it on autopilot while everyone was talking to me. Okay, let's bid the doggos good night. And let's head up here and log out. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching, and thank you for all your questions. I normally stream this time each week, usually Satisfactory in VR. Occasionally No Man's Sky, but it's mostly Satisfactory. Check out the mod link, and if you want, there's the Flat to VR Discord. We have some dedicated channels there for the Satisfactory VR mod, so if you run into any technical problems, you can join us on that Discord. And if I don't answer, there was a couple of other regular people in there who jump in and help people as well. So thank you. This was a long and productive stream. Have a good weekend, everyone, and I'll see you in the next stream. Now I'm just going to switch to... Actually, I'm going to save the game first because I'm terrible and always forget that. I'm not going to write the word rubber as well. The VR keyboard is not great. I mean, it's okay for a VR keyboard, but a real keyboard is always going to be better. Okay, I have now saved the game. Let me switch over and I'll see who can I read out to. 5090s have a way higher risk of melting their connectors to their connector. Yes, I was a little dubious about the 5090s. Virtual massage. Yes, that's the name of my save game, because this planet is Massage 2ABB. That's where the game is set, and I'm playing in virtual reality. And my Twitch dashboard has crashed again. Good night, everybody. Let me find someone to raid. Come on, dashboard, load faster. Okay, taking off my headset. Just give me a second. Let me have a look. Who is on Twitch tonight?
God Night Pioneers, only 8 hours of sleep allowed, for maximum productivity.
That's okay, I can sleep in tomorrow. No problems, Frack. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, Frack, if you want to check the VOD out at all, the YouTube VOD crashed halfway through. I did restart the YouTube stream, but there's a big chunk missing out of the middle of it. Wow, my PC is really not liking the dashboard today. Okay, here we go. I got Fluxo playing Star Rapture. So a few people playing Satisfactory, but I don't recognize too many of them. Okay, let's go over to Fluxo. Star Rupture is a new game coming out in a few days, and it's quite satisfactory, Jason. It looks fantastic. It's a sci-fi, beautiful alien world, build factories, fight local bugs. It's a bit more base defense than Satisfactory is, but it looks really good. So let's raid out to Fluxo. Fluxo is, by the way, is a genius Satisfactory builder. So if you ever want build tips, definitely check his channel out. Okay, raid has started. Thanks very much, everyone. Catch you later. See you in the next stream, hopefully. Have a good weekend.